Was you ready? All right, cool. So, first off, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your patience with the slowness to start. Something was going on with the internet, but I think we're good to go. So we're gonna pick off from what we talked about last time, but we're also gonna talk about some updates and some different things. Okay? What I ask of you guys is to just be engaged, focus, be engaged with the content. Ask questions, right? The more you're asking questions, the more you'll get out of it. Okay? All right. Where's the clicker? Let's see if this works. All right. So why are we here? Gotta write down why you're here. Take a second. Why you're here? We always start with why. Always start everything with why. Doesn't have to be crazy. Just why'd you come here? All right. Who wants to share? Who wants to share? Go ahead, Jordan.
They improved my coaching.
Cool. Anyone else? Are you guys here? Lopez, why are you here?
Shake off the rust a little bit.
Shake off the rust. Okay, cool. Why are you here, Val?
To help the kids reach their full potential.
Sweet. Raf?
To get better and learn more of the Tiempo model that you want us to
Sweet.
give the kids.
Sweet. Sammy?
I want to learn how to help kids get better at soccer and learn as much as I could in this time that I'm not going to be coaching.
Cool. Why I'm here? Obviously to continue the mission, okay? The mission is getting kids to realize their full potential, right? But we can't do that unless we realize our potential, right? So we can't give what we don't have, all right? So we got to reach our potential to give their potential. Does that make sense? Can't give what we don't have. Cool. All right, house rules. One mic, guys. Just one at a time. Listen to each other, respect each other, ask questions, engage. We talked about this. No good ideas, no bad ideas. All right, just talk. Right. This isn't meant to be like, yes, it's the Tiempo model. It's come from my head, right? But it doesn't mean it's correct. Like, I don't want to get dogmatic and like, this is the right way. Like, I don't know. This is just what's worked for me. Okay. So let's add on to it. The idea is that you guys take what I've done and you're like, well, we could make it better by doing this. But what about this, right? The idea is as we add more people to this, we figure out how this gets bigger and better. Cool?
Yep.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, you get out what you put in. All right, you get out what you put in, so be ready to go. All right, agenda, we'll fly through this a little bit. We're gonna review a little bit from last time. And then from today, we're gonna continue session planning, designing. We're talking about something called kind versus wicked. Learning environments, and then we're going to talk about, this is a little bit new, the skill development sandwich or journey. This is going to be the biggest piece of what I want you guys to capture today. We'll talk about that later. We're going to talk about techniques. All right, actually, how do we get kids to develop technique? We'll talk about chunking, the pressure spectrum, how we turn technique to skill, and then also just my process and my mentality when I'm designing things and like how I go about it. Like I was literally just doing it the other day and I was like writing down what I do. Wait, what do I do? So I'll take you guys through that a little bit. And we're gonna practice, all right? So let's review a little bit from October. What's the most important thing? What's the most important thing to what we do?
Connections.
Yes! Well done, Sammy. Connection, right? Connection's always the most important thing. Connecting with who? Players. Connect with the players, connect with each other, right? Connection. Okay? That's the primary need that we serve our athletes and our families. Connection. There's 6 of them. One of them is connection, love. Okay? That's what we bring to our athletes. Right? That's the number one most important thing. Connection. Cool. What's our main initiative? One word, main initiative. It's the main thing we're after. We're trying to achieve something.
Improvement?
Yes, for sure. We talked about this last time a little bit. Quality. Quality. Everything's got to be quality. That's why we're doing this. Quality, 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 quality. We're going to talk about quality so much that we're going to be forced to grow. We're not going to go out and try to grow. We're going to be forced to grow because we're so good. That people are like, here's more kids for you. You need to develop more. That's where we want to get to. We are the people. We are the guys, the girls that get these players to next levels. Okay? So quality, quality, quality. That's the main marketing, quality. If we have quality, our marketing's good. 5 R's. Who remembers the 5 R's? It should be simple. Val, go. Retaining. Come on, just go. You guys should be able to spitball these off the top of your tongue by now. Go, go, go. Just go. What you got?
Running.
Good. Retention, running. Rafa, give me another 2.
Releasing,
Releasing.
repositioning.
Repositioning. Sammy, give me the last one.
Receiving.
Receiving. Nice. All right, we're going to talk about, they're the same. I just changed the order a little bit, and I'll talk about why in a second. 4 corners. What were the 4 corners? Jordan, go. Give me one.
Technical, physical, tactical, and psychological.
Awesome. Give me all 4. I love it. Cool. Those have revised just a little bit, and you'll see why. Game moment. Do you remember what that is, guys? Remember what game moment is?
Like the action or where it's taking place, or
Yeah.
yeah.
The detail, right? The who, what, where, when.
The 5 W's in direction.
This is a big change to what we're doing, and you'll see what I mean. It's kind of split into 2 parts now. Pinpoint moment. I remember pinpoint moment. Sammy, pinpoint moment.
The moment that, like, you're coaching on the field, that exact moment that you want the players to get.
Yeah, so like that moment that's like, oh, right there, like that's the thing I wanted them to get better at. That one little moment when the defender's here and they're here. Right, so you get really detailed. Cool. Qualities versus skills. You guys remember that? Qualities versus skills.
Is it like the qualities of what the player has already, and the skills we build on it?
Yeah, kind of. So qualities are more like generic descriptions of what the player like, strong, agile type of thing. Skills are more specific. Scissor move, quick at that. All right. And then skill versus technique. Do you remember that conversation? All right, we'll talk a little bit more on that in a second. So the R's, all right, the R's. Just a slight change in the order in terms of priority and how I look to develop players and how we look to do it. So we start with retaining, then we go to running. It used to be receiving and then releasing. The reason it was receiving and then releasing is because I always thought about goal scoring as being the least important part from a youth development stage. But as I'm doing receiving sessions, I'm noticing to like receive a ball and to have a purpose to the way I receive the ball, I need to have an action after my touch. So if I receive the ball and I know my next action is to strike that way, then I have a point to my touch. I don't know if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We made it. So I have a point to my touch. So that's why I want to be good at releasing first or running first. I want to be able to take my touch and run into the space. Okay? You guys don't have to write all this down. Just know that the order has changed. Just know that the order has changed a little bit. So this you should know like by heart. You should know as a tempo coach by heart these 5 in order. Questions? Cool. Let's keep it moving. 4 corners. So, Jordan, what were they again?
Technical, physical, tactical, and psychological.
Cool. So, should go over the whiteboard. Technical and tactical, they used to be separate. So they're now just combined, they're into one. Okay? And the reason is if we're gonna have a technical skill that we're working on, you have to have context to it. Why you're doing it, where you're doing it, type of thing. And that involves tactics. So technical and tactical are together. Okay? The new one that we're gonna add, since we're combining technical, tactical, so we have technical, tactical is one, then we have physical, psychological, and the last one's gonna be social. Social, so that's gonna be the fourth corner, social. Social in terms of leadership, any type of character development, right? Confidence, perseverance, those types of social skills. A little similar to psychological, but not all the way, or some can be. Actually, yeah, I've just named a lot of psychological ones. But social outcomes like communication, right? Leadership, anything that has to do with them and other people. So just a little change to that. Oh, I put it right there. Leadership, determination, accountability, or other soft skills. All right, more personality-driven skills. So that's just a slight change there. By the way, stop me when we have questions. Talking a little bit more about the physical corner. I talked to each of you guys individually about this, but we have kind of these areas to our physical corner that I want to make sure you guys are hitting on within your training sessions. All right, so when it comes to the physical corner, it's just more about athlete development. So I call it the ABCs. All right, so we got agility, reaction, balance and coordination, so ABC, and then speed, quickness, and strength, power. And you're gonna think about how do I start developing these as it relates to my session, whatever I'm teaching my kids. And so depending on what your session focus is, some of these might come into play, some of these might not. All right? I kind of talked about these with you guys individually already, but yeah, any questions on that? I'm gonna fly through this. Get through the important stuff. Okay, you guys remember this conversation? What do you guys think? Do we teach or do they learn?
I think they learn.
Expand.
I guess from my sessions now, we're doing a lot of repetition, so the more repetitions they learn ways of what to do and what not to do.
Okay.
You know, like we're telling them what to do. It's, I guess, kind of teaching, but we're not really teaching them because they're learning through their experience in the drill.
Sweet. Cool. What else? What do you guys think? Who agrees with Ralph? Yeah? Okay. What do you agree, Jordan?
I just think so
Speak up.
they learn is more than we teach. Cause it's like if we can teach them, but if they don't want to learn, they're not gonna get anything. So
Okay. Cool. Anyone else want to add on or any other opinions? Okay, cool. What about technique and skill? What's the difference? Just remember that. What do you guys think? Is there a difference in technique and skill?
Skill is like, actually being, like if the skill is like a scissor, then the skill of it is actually being a defender using that skill. The technique might just be like getting your foot around the ball or body feint to get out or stuff like that. But the skill is like actually to complete it in a game or something.
Val, what you say?
The skill is actually to complete it, and the technique is like how you perform it. Like, there's a difference. If like I could say two kids could perform the scissor like she said, but they can use different techniques and how to do it.
Well, what? Sorry.
But they can use different techniques and how to perform it.
Cool. Lopez, can you hear her? I didn't hear you.
That the skill is like how they actually perform it and do it, and then the technique is like how they like pursue it.
Okay. Ralph, do you understand what she said?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. Do you have questions for her?
No.
No? You understand exactly what she means. You're in her brain.
Not in the brain, but I get an idea of it.
Okay, what's her idea of it?
It's like the technique is doing it, and the skill is, I guess Val, can you elaborate, please? That's my question.
Well, the skill is them being able to actually perform the skill, and the technique is like the way they actually do it.
It's like how quick they'll do it or something
Yeah,
like that.
or-
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's her idea?
The skill is being able to do it, and the technique is how they do it.
Okay. What's the difference, Ralph, do you think? Well, what do you think of that?
I agree, kind of.
So what's the difference with able to do it and how they do it?
Being able to is you can do something at speed 1 or speed 3. So I think that's the difference. Like a quick example of the difference is if you can do it at speed 1, you know, that's you being able to do it. Someone at speed 3 is still doing the same thing, but now the technique is, the technique is now doing it faster or slower or something like that.
Okay. Cool. Any other thoughts? All right, let's keep moving. Let's see what happens. So let's watch this quick little video. See if this works. Hopefully it works. I hope it works. I think I pulled it up right. Thank you. One minute does it say, guys? Remember that? 10:15. All right, so let's see. Where the heck is that?
Situation 1v2 as a centre back and saying skills must be adaptive, robust and flexible. So does this sort of touch on the content that you were talking about a minute ago in terms of actually being able to identify space and so on?
Yeah, I think whatever skill set you want to choose, whether it's a passer, a dribbler, or a defender, the skill is only good if it works in the game and it gets success in the game. So it's the idea of, I suppose, the extreme example would be like a football freestyler, somebody that has clearly got brilliant ball manipulation skills and can do wonderful things with the ball, versus someone like David Silva who's constantly getting success in the game. But to get success in the game, you need to have sessions that encourage you to practice your strength, your outstanding skill, your super strength, in pictures that are going to transfer to the game. So it goes back to kind of that attention, transfer, and kind of performance idea. So it doesn't have to be passing and receiving. You could use, like we talked a minute ago about Sergio Ramos, you could use any skill and think about what does that look like in the game, and are we designing practices where you're repeating that skill, but maybe with different variables. Maybe it's different sizes, it's different opponents, it's different numbers, to make sure that my understanding and my ability to perform the skill is adapted and flexible.
What do you guys think of what he's saying?
Saying that you need to develop the technique before you develop the skill. And when you're using the skill in the game, you need to adapt for different scenarios.
Well, what do you guys think? So Bruno, what does that tell you with the difference? Technique and skill? Based on what you
Technique
said?
is learning how to do something in a controlled environment where you don't have an opposition or you're not in an actual game. Skill is being able to be adaptive and use the technique during a game where things are fluid and changing.
Did you play pro or something?
Huh?
Did you play pro or something? I don't know.
A little bit, yeah.
Bruno kind of hit it on the head. So, Jordan, what do you say?
I heard technique is like how well you do it in a game, like where the scenario is changing, and then like skill is doing it when there's like nobody there. Like you're not paying with anybody.
Who agrees with Jordan?
Alright, yeah.
Okay, then who disagrees with Jordan? Okay, why are you disagreeing, Lopez?
Did you say skill was like
Ask him.
not?
Oh, that's
Jordan.
I mixed it up. I switched them.
Yes.
Okay.
I switched them both.
Okay, alright, cool.
You got the explanations, they were just reversed. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? So,
Now I agree.
now you agree. Alright, cool. So, skill versus technique, right? So, skill is technique successfully executed in the game, right? At the right time, in the right context, with the right intensity, the right control. So there's variables to skill, right? Like Bruno's saying, doing it in a game involves so many variables. Where my teammates are, where the defenders are, where I am, where the goal is, where the goalkeeper is, what's going on in the game. Is this guy left-footed, right-footed? How fast is that ball moving? All of that determines the execution of the skill,
Surface.
right? The surface, is it bumpy, is it fat, is it cold, is it rainy, right? All these things affect how you adapt your technique to make it a skill. So skill's more adaptable, okay? Skill does not equal technique that's executed perfectly or flawlessly. That's not skill. That's what you call perfect technique. Oh, he's got perfect technique. The way he dives, it looks like I want to put that in the textbook. But can he do it in the right moment, with understanding the right ball spin, with understanding the game context of everything going around him? That's technique, that's skill. Okay? So, skill equals success, right? Success in the game. It's not perfect or flawless, right? Skill is context specific, therefore it can never be perfect, okay? It can never be flawless because context is always changing in the game. You're never in the same exact situation ever. Very similar, but never the exact same. It's almost like if you're driving home from work, you probably drive home from work the same way every time, right? But is the drive home from work the exact same every single time? What might change?
Traffic.
Traffic.
Weather.
What?
Weather.
Weather.
Lights.
Light. Caught the green light here, caught a red light here. Went too fast, went too slow. Someone cut you off. Same path, same technique, but I have to adjust the way I drive home. And now it's skill, okay? Technique, on the other hand, it can be perfect. I can map out the perfect route home. This is the perfect, fastest route home. It's flawless. But it's not dependent of context, right? That's why it can be perfect. It's only dependent on how they do it, the mechanics, the fluidity of their movement, the positioning, the detail of the technique. They do it perfectly. Do we see difference, technique and skill now? What do you guys think? Again, add on to this. What are your thoughts? Val, what do you think?
Well, I understand it more now.
What do you understand more?
Between skill and technique.
What's the difference for you?
Technique.
Make sure they can hear you.
Technique is like how well that you can do it, and the skill is being able to perform it in a certain environment.
Yeah. So you could go back to what Bruno said, controlled environment versus a game. Controlled, there's no one around, I'm just doing it here, perfect conditions. That's great. Can we do it when uneven field, raining, 2 defenders instead of 1, whatever. Okay? Questions on technique versus skill? Does it make sense? You guys have a good sense of it? Okay, cool. This is a foundational understanding to the rest of how we train kids. Okay, so if you don't get this, it's totally okay. We just got to make sure we get it. All right, we good? Yes? Cool. So, it's one of our core philosophies, right? Skill over technique. Skill over technique. Okay? And skill over technique, Raf, go ahead with that.
Skill over technique. While technical proficiency is essential to the application of skill in varied contexts, is our focus, ensuring athletes can adapt their technique to the demands of the game.
Do we see that difference now, guys? Okay? All right, cool. So, that begs the question, are we after technique or skill? Sammy?
I think we're after technique, and they
Okay.
just perform the skill. Like, they just adapt and they figure out the skill on themselves, but we teach technique.
Okay. What do you guys think?
I think both.
I think we are teaching the technique to get to the skill, and we're placing them in an environment where they'll be able to learn the technique during the first hour and implement the techniques to become a skill in the second hour.
Yeah, for the most part, it's like, yeah, we show them the technique, and they practice the technique, and as Bruno said, like, we would now set up either beginner level kind of skills, or like, environments for them to perform it, and as they get better, the games or even training methods get more challenging for them, so now they can perform the skill at different levels.
And that's what we're going to talk about with the skill journey. Exactly what you just said, that progress. Okay? So, at the end of the day, though, what is success? Is it technique or skill?
Skill.
So what are we after for our players if we want them to be successful?
Skill.
We're after skill. That doesn't mean we don't teach technique. But it's the final product of the player, we want them to be skilled. So we're after skill. Okay, so we're going to talk about that progression. All right, so then how do we build skill? How do we build skill? You guys were kind of saying some stuff, so I'll just move on. You guys already gave some good ideas. So building skill. All right, so to build skill, this is where you have to understand it from the top to bottom and vice versa. I'll show you what that means. There's a sequence to this, kind of what you were saying, Lopez. All right, from doing it in the game at the right time, in the right context, right intensity, right control, blah, 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 based on the variables of the game. That's like the top, right? It's the most skilled, right? To all the way at the bottom, executing and learning what's called foundational techniques. So we got to understand the foundational techniques and understand the variability of the skill. And then there's a whole pathway in between. Okay? So, we can teach the game from both perspectives, from the top down, the bottom up, and this is what I call the skill development journey. Alright? So, here's the skill development journey, or what I call the skill development sandwich. So, at the bottom, we're going to have what's called foundational techniques. And this is where we get into chunking. You guys remember chunking? That idea of chunking? If not, we're going to go through it today. Alright? But these are like generic descriptions of certain movements, and we'll get into examples in a little bit. Then from foundational techniques, we have a technique, a full technique. And a technique or a skill is usually the same thing, not in their execution, but for example, give me a technique or a skill. Give me anything that you guys teach your kids. Val, give me something you teach your kids. That's a skill or a technique.
The L touch.
Good, the L. Notice when it's skill or technique, it's usually just one name. Wait, L, scissor, look at that. It's just one thing, it's specific. That's a skill or technique, okay? But how we do the L, we don't just say, guys, do the L. Because the first kid playing soccer, he's not going to know what you're talking about. That's where we need to get the foundational techniques of the L. We chunk out the L. Sole of the foot, pull it back behind this foot, step 1. Step 2, inside foot, push to the other side. Step 3, make sure that looks like an L. and we teach each part of that chunk. Those are the foundational techniques of the L technique. Once we got the foundational techniques, each piece, they got all 3 pieces, and we broke down each one, and we repped each one, and its quality of each one, and it's moving together. We put it all together. They can move it. They can do it. Perfect. Controlled environment. They got it. They've got technique. They got the L technique. We should have that down in a session, maybe 20 minutes. Then we take that technique and we start making it a skill. It's still the same word, same name, still the L. But I want to turn it from technique. He could do this with his head down, doing it like this. That's good. Now, can he understand where and when to do it? And that's where we're going to add something called perception action. The player now has to perceive something other than the ball to do that action. If they're just perceiving the ball, that's technique. That's pure technique practice. And we need to do that. But if they're perceiving something other than just the ball to do the move, they're now learning skill. Because they're now having a decision happening. They're now understanding some context behind it. Okay? There's a reason why I'm doing this move at this time now. It's not like I'm just doing it. Okay? Then once it becomes a skill, and we're going to talk about more how we do this, then we talk about a moment. Alright? Then we talk about less about this skill, but we talk about a moment in the game that this skill might apply. And other skills would apply to that moment of the game too. It's not just that skill. And so a moment may have many skills. And then lastly we get to a situation, which is like super specific. This is what we were talking about last time. Exactly who, exactly what, exactly where on the field. This is what was the game moment last time. I've changed it. You'll see what I mean. All right, so the game moment is now split in 2. The game moment before was just the situation. Remember the who, what, where, when, why? Oh, the 6 passes into the 10 at the top of the box to turn and finish. Full game moment. Super specific, know what part of the field, know what players are involved. Situation. We don't get to the situation part of the skill development unless we've built everything underneath it. So you have to build everything underneath it, and then you get to the situation. Situation is probably your higher level players then. Probably your older, higher level players. So I was making the mistake of having all you guys having to come up with game moments, which is not really necessary. Some of you guys just need to focus on what I call a foundational moment now. So game moment before, it was just one thing and now it's split in 2. So let's go to the whiteboard real quick. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, so where's the graphic again?
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure you guys understand this. Game moment. What the heck was a game moment? You guys remember from last time? Who, what, when, where. I just said it, right? So the W's, right? So it's like the who, the what, where, when, right? Why, all that stuff.
Very specific.
Super specific, right? So now, this old idea of a game moment, this whole thing is now just called a game situation. So if you see me say situation, this is what I mean. I mean super specific. But this doesn't really matter, like I'm on the wing against this center back, right back, whatever. Gonna cross in to create chances at goal. Like that doesn't matter unless you have a really high level player that has all the skill developed and has a little bit of a higher level. Does that make sense? Now we have a new split off. So that still exists, it's just that. But now we have something called a foundational moment. Foundational moment. Okay? And all I did was take moment and put it here, and take name and put it here, so I literally split it in two. Okay? But now foundational moment, instead of being, what did we say this was? Specific, yeah? So the opposite of specific is what? Generic. So this is generic moments that happen. This is attacker versus defender. This is just, give me a foundational moment. Good. So 1v1 front facing. Very generic moment. It does have who, but it's not specific who. So that would be a generic 1v1 front facing. Versus specific would be 9 versus the center back outside the 18. To hold up play. To try to score. Super specific, super generic. Or if it's hold up play, then it would be back facing. Same idea. I just said a whole lot. Does any of that make sense? I'm just going fast. What makes sense about that?
So you're teaching the skill again against the technique, where the technique would be the moment being a 1v1. You're still in a controlled environment. Now you have an opponent, but it's not a full game. And the skill would be the situation where now you're in full game, you have all of the things that happen in the game happening at once.
Okay.
So it's still a progression.
Right. So just think of this one, guys, as like very general. This can happen anywhere on the field. I'm not really designing something on a specific part of the field, or for a specific position, or for a specific reason. It's just that I know 1v1s happen in every single game, and every single player is going to encounter that. So it's very generic situation.
Would a counterattack be a game moment or a foundation?
Good, so let's start using situation or moment. So game situation or foundational moment. So you said counterattacking? Okay, so let's take counterattacking. So what's your goal? What are you trying to get at with your session?
For the attacking team to use the counterattack properly, score as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking like, for a foundational moment, it would be like a 3v2.
Cool.
And now a game moment, or a game situation would be 3v2 go on a goal.
Cool. So when you start getting to multiple numbers, when you start thinking about group-based,
Yeah.
you for the most part, start going to here. If you're starting to have multiple numbers. If you're thinking more of just like an individual encounters this commonly, then you're probably gonna go here. But so give me a focus for your session. Just what would your session focus be with what's in your head?
The attacking team transition from defense to offense in like a quick succession, making a counterattack.
Okay, cool. So foundational moment would be transition from defending to attacking. See how that's very generic?
Yeah.
Cool. So let's make it specific. How do we make that specific?
You could do the 10 and the 2 wingers. I mean, the forward.
Uh-huh.
You could do middle thirds and final third.
Uh-huh.
When the defensive line is outnumbered.
Cool. Why? What's the goal? Why are they doing this?
To score quickly.
Beautiful. These are the same exact thing, but not really at all. That's super specific. It's a specific game situation. This is more generic, foundational moment that if a kid is just good from transitioning to defending to attacking, oh, I know I have the basic foundations of when I'm defending and my team wins it, I know to run forward fast. If I have this, I can then start moving on to this. This is a foundation to that. Does that make sense? So it depends what I'm getting at. Do my kids need to just learn the foundations of transitions? Cool, then I'm in a foundational mode. What's the foundation that they need to know for transitions? They will need to know just moving quickly from defending to attacking. That could be my second session focus for this. Move fast from defending to attacking. Or vice versa. But then this gets much more specific. Now we're creating the part of the field where the goal would be, where the keeper would be, where the defenders would be, and make it super specific and try to recreate a full situation. Here we wouldn't put them in that part of the field with this many players and we wouldn't talk positions. No. It would just be a simpler game that has whatever that is involved constantly. So this is a foundation to that. Any questions with that, guys? What do you guys think? Do you guys see how that connects? Okay, cool. You guys got it. Let's move on. Guys, no questions. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What?
I don't want would I just open this as time, or would I just because I don't want to open it when you're explaining. Open it now.
Just do it, yeah, just do it really slow as I'm really in the middle of an important sentence.
Yeah, it's over.
Alright, so to say that game moment is not, that doesn't exist anymore. We split it into game situation and foundational moment. Okay? Alright, so we know we split the game moment into two things. But here's a big yellow bar that we're going to split the top half and the bottom half. So before I was talking about you have to understand the foundational techniques, the bottom half, and then you have to understand the specific variable situations. Can they do it when this happens or that happens? So we're going to split those into two things. We have the situation side of teaching players, and we have the skill side of teaching players. So we have skill side, situation side. Those two, the moment and the foundational techniques, are the pieces that you need to make sure kids have before you can move on to the other parts. So if we're just looking at the bottom half, I can't be teaching kids how to apply the skill if they don't have the foundational techniques or the technique. I can't teach kids specific situations if they don't understand generic moments. If they're not good in 1v1s, I'm not going to teach them something that's very specific about the 9 attacking the 10 and doing whatever. Doesn't make sense. They don't even know how to do 1v1 yet. This is foundational to them. They need to learn this first. And they can't even get to the top half of this thing if they don't have enough skills to be good in 1v1s. That means we got to focus down here, because my kids don't have any skills to be good in even a 1v1. So I got to stay down here below this bar. Once my kids can do scissors and body feints and whatever, and they got some skills in their tool belt for 1v1s, then we can talk about 1v1s and repping out 1v1s. Now, instead of teaching them skills, I'm teaching them attack the defender's front foot. I'm teaching them use their momentum against them. I'm teaching them change of speed. I'm teaching them not the L move or the croqueta move or the scissor move. I'm teaching them more about that moment. Questions, thoughts?
If our session is mostly, I guess, fundamental moment based, are we still working on skill within that session? Or is we don't even work on that stuff?
Yeah, good question. So, if you're working here, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
A generic who, what, generic moment. There's no where, there's no when, it's just very generic. 1v1 front facing, 1v1 protecting the ball, whatever. So very generic moment. But, what'd you say? What was your question?
Like since they pass the level of 3, like they have skill, in the moments, are we mostly just focusing on that fundamentals moment, getting them to learn that, or are we still going over skill?
Great question. So it depends what your focus is, right? So you can do both. So in this session, give me an example of what's a moment you might work on. No wrong answers.
Back foot, front foot, receiving.
Back foot, front foot, receiving. Okay. Back foot, front foot, receiving. Is that a moment or is that a skill?
Skill.
Okay, so that's a skill. So we're teaching them the skill. Where might back foot, front foot apply in a general moment? Where might kids use that in the game?
Everywhere on the field.
Okay. So doing what?
Receiving and passing the ball.
Okay, so when might they do that?
Well, I don't want to get too specific because it's just a fundamentals moment.
It's fine. Yeah, don't get specific. You don't have to tell me where on the field. You don't have to tell me what exact players.
Distributing the ball.
Okay, so maybe your moment could be short passing and combinations. It's not like a specific situation, but it's a very generic moment. Short passing combinations. Within short passing combinations, you need to know back foot, front foot, right? So my focus for my session might be short passing and combinations, or speed of play, or
Maybe
speed of play. Go.
receiving to space, or like using your first touch to space.
There you go. So that's a general moment. So first touch to space, right? Or it's like in between, but yeah. So first touch to take my space, first touch to beat my defender, right? So I might work first touch to beat my defender, and the skill that's super important there might be my back foot receiving, my body positioning. So if you're working on first touch to beat my defender, that's the session. You're running a moment session. But part of your session might have a practice or a game that practices that skill of back foot receiving. So you can have anything that's like, so if you're doing a moment-based session, it can have skill practices, technique practices, because it's under it. Doesn't mean your whole session has to be that moment. I can include skills that are important for that moment. So do you guys remember the session game, practice, game? It's very like standard session that I would run, that I would teach you guys. So this is what I would do. I would go game, 1v1, angled defender. Very generic moment. Has nothing to do with where on the field, which defender, which attacker, when it's happening, why it's happening. I don't care about that. We're not in a specific game situation, but it's a moment that's going to happen all the time. I'm 1v1 with a defender coming across at an angle. So I would design a game that would bring to life that moment and then bring to life that defender coming at an angle and that attacker going. And that pinpoint right in here, when they meet, that's what I was working on. So I recreated that moment the way I designed my skills, my session, the way I designed the game. Who goes here, why he goes here, when he goes here, how do I progress that, what about the pressure, blah, blah, blah. We'll talk about more of that in a second. So I designed some type of game so that my kids get that general moment going on. That was my first game. My second part of the practice was then skill. In that moment of the game, in that I have an angled defender, I'm going, what might be a skill that they can use to be good in that moment? So Lopez, stand up. So Lopez is there, I'm here, I'm trying to get past him.
Inside
What's a
outside coach.
skill? What's a skill I might use in this situation to try to get past him? I'm running this way. He's gonna try to cut me off. What's a skill I might do?
Body feint?
Huh?
Body feint?
Yeah, I might body feint. I'm trying to go. He's trying to come across. I might body feint to come this way. So then the second part of my session, I'm working body feint. I design a game or a technique, but it depends if I'm gonna do technique of body feint or skill of body feint. Technique would be, all right, guys. Here's the ball. Here's how you do the body feint. Step 1, step 2, step 3. That would be technique. Or I might go skill, where I do, all right, defender, you have a ball. Attacker, you're trying to score here. You can only use your outside foot to go across either that way or that way. If you score with your inside feet or any part of your foot, it doesn't count. Why might I force the outside foot?
It makes them go out.
Yes, but what's the skill I'm working on?
Body feint.
Good. What part of the foot do I need to use to get to my body feint? The outside of my foot. So I figure out how do I constrain the game so that I get the skill to happen. Versus if I'm doing a croqueta, 2 gates here, there's a goal here, there's a goal here, I might have a player here, and we're across from each other. I have a ball, you have a ball. I can only score by getting past the gate using my inside foot. I didn't say you have to use a croqueta, but I said if it's not inside foot, it doesn't count. What are they gonna eventually do before I kill myself?
Some form of a croqueta.
They're gonna have to connect their feet because they have to go sideways and then they have to go forward. So I'm training the skill of it because they're perceiving another thing other than the ball. If I'm just perceiving the ball, meaning I'm just doing this, there's no defenders, nothing else I'm worried about, that's technique. But now I'm perceiving a defender that's in front of me that's also moving. I'm kind of have to like read them, react to them. Now I'm making that into a skill because my perception is off the ball and onto something else. I can do it like this. I can do the croqueta like this. It's a technique. Don't keep doing the technique. They gotta learn skill now. Can they do it without perceiving just the ball? Can they perceive something else? Now, you don't make it crazy. You don't go straight to the game because they probably won't be able to do that. We have to build up this sandwich. So we go from technique to skill. So how do I design a game that brings about that skill? That they're perceiving something other than just the ball. So that would be the second part of my practice. I built out that first game, 1v1, angled defender. However I made the game, I made sure that that moment was happening. If it wasn't happening, I would adjust. How do I adjust? If I just move the defender over a little bit. If I just delay this part of it. I see it and I adjust it until my moment's happening. beautiful. That moment is happening, it's happening over and over consistently. Now all of a sudden, I've got a game for my moment and it's happening. Second part, I might go into a skill, like I just talked about. How do I design it so that they're practicing a certain skill? And we'll tell them, hey, we're working body feint, but I want to see, can you do it if the defender's doing this to you, or whatever.
And you can kind of do both in that middle session, right? You can start with it as a technique
You can do everything.
and then progress it into the skill.
Yeah, or you could just do techniques.
Right.
If they don't have it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't have technique yet, we're probably not even doing moment.
Yeah.
We're probably still just working on the skill now. Okay, but yes, you can do anything that's underneath. You just can't go up. So if I have technique, that I can't do situation because I don't have skill in moment yet. So where you are here depends on what, guys. How do you know which type of session you're running? By the way, these are the 4 types of sessions you can run now. Before it was just a game moment session. These 2 things that were combined that are now split into 2. So now these are your 4 sessions you can run. You can run a situation session, a moment session, a skill session, or a technique session. How do you know which one of these sessions you're running?
Depending on the level of the player.
What players you got? Where are my players on this sandwich? They got tons of skills, they're good in 1v1s, good, I'm going to situations. These guys are advanced, I can push. We could talk about more nuance. We could talk about adding defender here, the goal here. We're doing this because of this. Did you think about this part? We add more nuance, we get really situational. Have low-level players. They don't need to be worried about any of that. They just need to learn how to freaking use their inside foot. Or they don't know how to do a croqueta. Okay, we need to teach them how to do a freaking croqueta. All right, well, how do you do a croqueta? And let's talk about that. How do you do a croqueta? I have kids that we're on the curriculum, it says croqueta this week. We're not there yet, but we're gonna get there. It says croqueta this week. How do I teach that?
Break down the steps.
Break down the steps. Give me the breakdown. Let's go. You're coaching me. How do I do the croqueta? I don't know what the hell this is.
Alright, first place the ball between, under your hips.
Ball on my hips. Got it.
Yeah. Then with, right there.
Oof.
Now we're gonna do it from your right to left, so you're gonna put your right foot on top of the ball, using your sole. You're gonna pull back. Then you're gonna use the inside of your right foot, and you're gonna slide that ball to your left foot and push it forward. Let's just start.
He said,
Let's just start.
I'm doing what you said.
Okay.
I'm a 5-year-old kid. I did exactly what you asked.
Okay, ball under your hip.
Okay.
You're gonna use your right foot, bottom of your foot, so the sole, on top of the ball. And we're gonna use the sole to pull back the ball.
Man, this kid's trash.
This is below fundamentals, I don't know.
Sammy, help me out.
yeah, this sounds go-to, same as the croqueta queen.
Alright. You're gonna have the ball under your hips, right? You're gonna have there, and then you're gonna use this part of your foot. I can't bend.
What part of my foot? Just talk. It's okay. You don't have to show me. You don't have to show me. Pretend you show me.
What part of the foot is that?
The inside or that sole. What did you just? I don't know. Just tell me what it is.
It's your inside. You use
My
your
inside. Okay, got it. My inside
So
foot.
you're gonna drag your inside part of the foot
Don't hurt yourself.
and drag it to the other foot.
So take this inside foot and
And you're gonna tap the ball and drag it to the other foot.
tap the ball to the other foot.
Yeah. And you want that ball to be still on the other foot. You
Still.
want that ball to be stuck to your other foot.
Stuck to my other foot. Got it.
Do like
Okay, cool.
drag and then croquet.
Take a
So I
seat.
just do the side to side.
Okay. So what was the difference with what Sam did and what Lopez did?
They were doing 2 different parts of the croqueta, I guess. You know, Sam was the movement of it, I don't know if this was a drag back to get to the movement of it.
Which one's more foundational?
Just as a reference.
I need to find what's the number one piece that these kids need to have before I can do anything else. They need to know how to push this ball from this foot to this foot, and once it hits this foot, it's stuck. That ball's stuck. I need to be able to do this. He could do that. Awesome. What's the next foundational piece? Now can I move my body a little bit with it? Then we get to what Lopez is talking about. Now can I move a little bit? Can I create that space? And then do this. So that's how foundational you want to think about the techniques you teach. But you have to nail it down to the super basics, especially if you have beginner kids. And this is where we start to get quality. And this is where I care about, remember, technique, well, let me ask you, skill has to be perfect, right? No, does not. Just has to be successful. Might not look the prettiest, it was a little, but he got through, and he did it because the defender was here, so it made sense, all right, he did it. Technique, though, it should be flawless, should be perfect. We're doing it isolated. There's no defenders, no nothing. You should teach these kids how to do it perfectly. There is a perfect way, right? Perfect. But there is a right way and a wrong way to do a croqueta. So we need to know the right and wrong way to do a croqueta. And that's where it's going to come to me teaching you guys and like actually going through, guys, this is how we teach this, this is how we teach this, this is how we teach this. So that we're all on the same page. Because we all might have different ideas of how we teach things. So I got a curriculum that, if you will. So that's coming. It's not here yet. It's a big project, but it'll come. But do we see how we broke down the croqueta into like the very basic technique? And then we just build up from there. Questions about this? Thank you, Lopez and Sam. Clap up for them, please. Well done.
Lopez, you can't teach fundamentals.
Oh no. What a drag.
I was like, okay.
You got me.
Hey, listen.
You know what?
The best coaches can coach here and they can coach here.
That's why I'm not the best yet.
Okay? So you could coach this whole spectrum. Right? If you're just good here, that's cool, but what if I throw you some advanced ballers? What are you going to do with them? You're going to do this stuff? Not going to work out. Not going to be too happy. You're only good here with ballers? Cool, what happens when you go to the little ones? They're going to be they're not going to get anything out of your session. This is too, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So you got to have a full range too. Okay, best coaches can coach full range. All right, so before skill though, Bruno was kind of alluding to this before. In any case, we must be able to present and teach foundational techniques. So, how do we teach the foundational techniques, right? The bottom. How do we teach the foundational techniques? All right, teaching foundational techniques. This is where you guys got to get really good, and I'm going to curriculumize some of this, but you guys should be able to do this stuff through your own head because you've played the game. Okay, it's not rocket science. I just may think about it a little bit differently, or I may simplify it even more or less. It doesn't matter. You guys should be able to do this. So, here's a few steps to teaching foundational techniques. Okay? Number one, all right, we must know and understand the full development sandwich that we just talked about. Okay, so you got to know that full spectrum. So you have to know the foundations of the skill side, the foundational techniques, and the situation side, right? So we talked about the split. Up here is situation side. Moments and situations, that's what's considered the situation side of skill development. Anything underneath, techniques and skills, that's the skill side of development. Okay? So we have to know the skill side and the situation side. Meaning, I gotta know why, if I'm on the skill side, I gotta know why I'm teaching this croqueta. Like, why am I teaching this? I gotta know where it applies. Because if it doesn't apply anywhere up here in the situation, then we shouldn't be teaching it down here. Okay? I know that sounds kind of obvious, but. So that's one. Step two. All right, you must be able to design for the situation side, the top half, with the bottom in mind, the skill side in mind. Okay? So I'm designing the top half. I'm designing a very specific situation or a general moment. When I'm designing that, I'm still keeping in mind what are the skills that might come about in this situation? What do the players need to be able to do skill-wise though? Do they need to have a good back foot touch? Do they need to have three good 1v1 moves? What do they need to have? So I still, even though I'm playing for this, I need to know what are the skills though? This is a very specific situation, but what are the skills? So the foundational techniques, this means that the foundational techniques, they naturally come about while you're doing that game moment or that game situation. Right? On the flip side, you have to be able to teach the skill side with the situation side in mind. So that goes back to the croqueta. All right, we're teaching the technique of the croqueta. I want to give some players, once they get to a certain point of doing that croqueta, I want them to understand, like, okay, they could do this, right? Okay, great, we got to Lopez's one. They could do this and then this. Cool. Once they could do this and then this, why are they doing this? Why did they do this?
Wait, why did they step back?
Yeah, why did we teach them to do that and then this? Why did I ever teach players to do that?
Create space between you and the defender.
Say it loud.
Create space for you.
I'm drawing that defender in. Come here, and then I'm gonna go around you. I'm creating space behind you. That's the point of doing this. If you don't know that, you can't teach them that. So that's why you have to know, why am I teaching this? How am I breaking it down? What am I getting to? I already know there's a moment that they have a player here, I can pull them in and then go around them. But I'm not teaching them that moment, but I'm teaching them the foundations of that moment. Does that make sense? Okay? So I'm teaching them this, and as I'm teaching them this, I may give them a sneak preview. Hey, when I'm doing this, what does that make you do? Oh, it makes me step forward. Ah, now where's the space? Behind me. Okay, so now I'm pulling back to do what? Oh, to move the defender. So I'm still coaching up towards the game. I'm still giving them that context, even though they're not ready to actually perform it in that context. I'm showing them, why the hell am I showing you to do this? Does that make sense? Okay, so that's what I mean by that last point, that you have to be able to teach the skill side. So if you're teaching very specific skills and techniques, that's cool, because your players are at that level, but you have to know the situation in mind. Like, where's the appropriate context? Where does this apply? Why does this apply? Why am I teaching it like this? So you have to understand the why of the techniques you're teaching. If you don't understand the why of the techniques, you're just doing crap. So you need to be on your game and know, I'm teaching it like this because of this. Because in a game, the defender does this. That's why I'm teaching you this. Not just like, I don't know, I saw Fernando do it. So if you don't know, you need to ask. Hey, I see you doing it like this. Why do you do that? I'll tell you. Same thing for you, I'll come around. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it like that? Don't take it personal. It's just, I need to know. Because if you don't know and you can't explain it, why are you teaching my kids that? Does that make sense? Okay, we have to have context. Questions? Oh my God, I'm gonna keep pushing you guys. Are we good? Are we alive?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you sure?
Positive.
Come on, stand up, everyone stand up. Stand up for a second. Oh, I need a stretch. Just kidding. How's your hair?
Huh?
How's your hair?
What, is it like
It's so long. It's so long. Don't break stuff, man.
Should I cut?
What do you guys think? Should he cut his hair?
Let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah? I'm letting it go. I'm trying to be like Jordy. Cut a little bit.
Jordan, are you letting it go?
Yeah, I think. Maybe trim the sides a little, get it, clean it up.
Yeah.
The girls like it.
Again?
Nice for the winter.
No, it used to be.
Keep your ears warm. Keep your ears warm. Of course.
My neck too.
Yeah, your neck too.
Get a perm. Actually grow it out.
Get some
You should look
braids.
like me.
It's so brave.
Huh?
You could just look like me.
I look like you?
Yeah, so just get a perm.
That's my goal.
Oh God. All right, take a seat, take a
Make
seat.
sure
Let's
you
get
get
him
a cut.
moving.
Get a cut down, if that's your goal.
After
I'm just kidding.
Bruno,
That's just to me.
go ahead, Chair. I didn't get a phone.
All right, question with this point. Any questions? All right, we're good. We're gonna move on to step 3 of teaching foundational techniques. All right, you must be able to build a bridge from the top, from the bottom to the top, what I showed you with that sandwich, and vice versa. How you build the bridge is through how you design your games. I was kind of giving you guys a sneak preview with the 1v1. How do I design so that this moment happens? How do I make that moment come to life if I'm in a moment session? All right? And the sequence in which you teach your session is important. So remember I talked about game, practice, game? There's just one way to do it. You could do it in whatever way. You could have all practices. You could have all games. You could go game, game, practice, practice, practice. It doesn't, I don't care. We'll talk more about that in a second, but the sequence matters. All right, cool. Step 4, you must be able to educate and give an understanding that the athlete can understand. So going back to the croqueta, why am I doing this? Can they understand why they're doing it? All right, regarding each piece of the skill development sandwich, depending on where you are. All right? The athlete must basically be able to become the coach. You're teaching them to become coaches. That's how I always did my coaching. I was always teaching my players. Why do you think one of my best coaches is one of the players who's been with me the longest? Right? I was always teaching her how to be a coach, whether she knew it or not. Because I want them to get the understanding. Because if they understand, they can teach someone else. They got it. Right? They understand it. Okay? Goes back to what I said earlier. You can't teach what you don't understand. Okay? You can't teach what you don't understand. So we, as the educators, have to understand what's the foundational techniques that they need to know. And how do I measure that they're getting it right? How do I ensure that? All right, last one. You must be able to basically reflect on your sessions, guys. Reflect on your sessions. Reflect on each outcome of each part of your session. Did the athletes get those foundational techniques? Did they understand each step of the skill? If not, okay, it's fine. We all have bad sessions. Go back and rework it. But you gotta walk out of that session and be like, all right, did that go well? What didn't go well? Did my kids get it? They weren't getting it. They were getting it, right? So constant reflection is the last piece of this. All right, I got a question. All of these 5 different things that we just talked about, Jordan, where on here were we just talking about? Which one of these areas were we just talking about? For those 5 kind of rules.
The foundational part?
Good job. Everything we just talked about just had to do with this. Maybe a little bit here with this. How do we break things down to the foundations? Okay, so that's literally the only part we talked about. And that's the biggest part, that if you guys can understand how do I break down skills, you're going to be able to get your players better. If you can't break it down, you can't understand it, you can't teach it. Okay? And all I do is literally just like do it myself. I'm like, okay, if I was 3 years old, how would I explain it to myself so that I would understand it? I'd be like, okay, what's the first thing I have to, I have to step here. And when I step here, I have to make sure my body looks like this. Okay, that's step 1 I'm going to teach my kids. And once I step here and the body's like this, then I have to bring this like here. Okay, I got to make sure the foot is there. I got to make sure the knee isn't like this, it's like this. Okay, that's step 2. And then step 3, it's literally how I came up with how I coach kids. All right, super detailed. All right, let's keep moving. Questions so far on foundational techniques? Guys, if you can get this piece, you're going to see your players level up. All right, Bruno, tell me your thoughts on foundational techniques.
It's the base for everything else we do.
Yeah.
You can't start coaching them, anything else, unless they know these stuff. That's why I did a whole fundamentals program.
It's literally why Bruno's so good with his kids. This idea. You didn't even know it, but I mean, he knows it now that I'm talking about it, but like this is why his goalkeepers develop so good. Because he's so good at breaking this down. I see him coaching. I see the detail he puts in. This is why his kids get so good. This idea of foundational techniques. But why? Because he understands it, and he knows it, and he can teach it. Okay? So this is where coaching goes a little deeper than sometimes people think, like, oh yeah, I played, like, I can coach. Like, can you? I don't know. Let's see. All right, cool. All right, so we'll come back to how to develop that a little bit more. If you see FT, that's not me, that's foundational techniques. But let's discuss learning environments. So we're gonna change gears a little bit. So let's discuss different domains. So how do we become great? We kind of talked about this last time too. How do we become great?
Hard work.
Hard work, okay.
Dedication.
Dedication, okay. Don't give me so generic stuff. Give me a full thought. We could all say hard work, dedication. Give me a little bit more. What does it take to be great, guys?
Talking about the coaching side or in the player side?
At anything. What does it take to be great at anything? Whatever you want to imagine.
Gotta be able to, you gotta be willing to learn, take advice, and obviously you gotta have dedication and work hard to be able to implement everything that you're being taught and that you're teaching yourself, and keep trying.
Okay. Let me get a little more specific to help you guys out. Are there differences between people?
Yeah.
Simple question, guys. Are there differences between people?
Yeah.
Cool. Are there differences between different types of things when trying to become great? Is there differences if I'm trying to become great at a lot of things. I'm trying to become a great coach. I'm trying to become a great business owner. Those two things, is there a difference with, obviously I do different things, right? That's not what I'm saying. But is there a difference about how I approach those two things?
No.
In terms of how I become great at being a business owner versus how I become great at being a coach? Is there a difference there? What about me trying to be great at chess? Is there a difference with how I try to be great at chess versus how I try to be great as a business owner?
I think the pathways are quite similar. Like, if you want to be great at anything, it's like there's certain habits or certain criteria you would have to do in order to be great.
Okay. Is there a difference between trying to be great in golf versus soccer?
No.
Okay. Who agrees with Sam?
What's the question again?
Is there a difference between trying to be great in golf versus soccer? Sam says no, there's no difference.
And besides the actual like learning of the sport.
Obviously, yeah, you're gonna do different actions.
Oh, is that what you? Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, no.
You agree with Sam? No? You guys agree? What do you think, Ryan?
No, I agree.
Okay. What about chess? What about business? No differences. Okay, cool. So let's talk about this. This is what I call the freestyler dilemma. You guys know what freestylers are, yeah?
Yeah.
Why aren't they professional footballers?
They're really good at controlled environments.
Controlled what?
Environments.
They have like they master like their own techniques and their own skill for freestyle, but not like a skill of playing in actual games.
Does a freestyler have good technique?
Yeah.
Yes.
controlled environment. You put them in an uncontrolled environment, variables everywhere. Are they skilled?
Some maybe.
Maybe.
Skilled at their trade,
Most of them
you
not.
know? In a game is different, but they're skilled at what they
So there's a difference.
do, yeah.
So if I wanted to be a great freestyler versus being a great footballer, is there a difference with
Yeah.
how I approach it?
Yeah.
There's a difference, right?
Yeah, because they're practicing one technique, whereas a footballer, you're practicing a bunch of different techniques to make it into.
Okay, but how does the freestyler learn versus how the footballer learns? This is what we're going to talk about. So there's something called kind versus wicked learning environments.
10,000 hours.
Huh?
No, I was gonna mention the 10,000 hours. You wrote it down.
We talked about, you guys remember the 10,000 hours last time? Okay, so we're going to watch a video for about 5-10 minutes, and I want you guys to consider these questions. Okay? Consider these questions. What the heck is a kind versus wicked learning environment? How does this relate to us, to football specifically? And do our kids get better with the more 10,000 hours approach or the broader approach? So let's watch the video and see. And this guy should look familiar to you guys. Whatever loads.
So, for example, I'm on stage right now. I'm just talking.
Not this guy.
Dinah's sat there, and she's now filming what I'm saying. So, was this one that was done at the United States Air Force Academy, which is this amazing place for experiment. It's because they get 1,000 new students every year. Those students are randomized to math classes that all have the same test and same grading and everything. Then they are re-randomized the next year and re-randomized again. So you can get these huge experiments randomizing people to math classes. And they looked at 10,000 students and found that the teachers who were the best at getting students to do well on the test in their own class, in their own intro class, right? Teacher year one has students who score highly on their test. Those students go on to underperform in the subsequent classes. And teachers whose students sometimes rated them poorly because they thought it was hard, don't do as well on the test the first year, overperform in subsequent classes. And the difference is the way to get someone to do really well in the test is to teach this very narrow body of knowledge that they'll have to execute at the test. The best way to prepare them for math learning is to give them this much broader connection of ideas that will serve them later on. So again, this is like, to me, the theme on every page of Range that would have made a crappy subtitle is sometimes what seems the best in the short term will undermine long-term development.
The tricky thing with that, as you say, is I think about all the areas and industries that I'm playing in now, so I go, do I have the time to go broad? Like if I'm learning to DJ at the moment, and at the moment I'm just trying to figure out what these fucking buttons do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's all these buttons, I'm trying to press them in the right order. But you're telling me that the thing that's better for the long-term development might be just to spend some time understanding music and how it's made, and how in understanding like the beats of music, and maybe spend some time making music myself. Because right now I'm just trying to smash two songs together at the right time.
I think this gets at a fundamental issue that maybe I should have brought up earlier, actually. So, and it has to do with how you characterize the different tasks that you're trying to learn. So there was a period where I was really confused about the research I was reading in building expertise. Because there were two camps of researchers, both led by eminent scientists. One that would study people doing sort of more 10,000 hours-y kind of approach, same thing over and over, and they would get better. And this other camp that would find if people did that approach, not only would they not get better, they would often get more confident, but not better, which was a bad combination. And sometimes they would get even worse with really narrow focus. And I could not figure out how to reconcile these things. Like, why are they finding such different results? Again, I'm looking through for all these signs of, bad data, not finding it. And fortunately, I gave a talk where I was doing some of the critiquing of the science underlying the 10,000 hours rule, and the Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman, who wrote Thinking Fast and Slow, was there, and he asked someone for my email address, and like months later, he followed up and invited me to lunch. And we go and have lunch, and I'm like, and he was interested in my critique of some of the research, and I was saying, I'm really confused. What are you working on now? I'm working through my confusion about this. Why do people sometimes get better with narrowly focused practice, and why sometimes don't they? He said, oh, I've got the paper for you. And basically he referred me to this body of research about kind versus wicked learning environments. These are terms coined by a psychologist named Robin Hogarth. Kind is like next steps and goals are clear, rules repeat, it's based on patterns, repetitive patterns, rules never change.
Give me an example.
Chess, golf. In chess, the grandmaster's advantage is largely based on knowledge of recurring patterns, so you better have started studying those by age 12, or your chance of reaching grandmaster drops from about 1 in 4 to about 1 in 55. Also why it's relatively so easy to automate. Feedback is quick and accurate, not a lot of human behavior involved. Work next year will look like work last year. On the other end of the spectrum are wicked learning environments, where patterns don't just repeat, they might fool you. Rules may change if there are any. Feedback could be delayed or inaccurate. Work next year may not look like work last year. And so whether or not people get better with this very narrow, in a predictable way with this very narrow practice, depends a lot on where on that kind to wicked spectrum the task happens to be.
What's an example of a wicked learning environment?
So let's say one of the examples that I love that he turned me to was in medicine. So there's a lot of areas in medicine where something is done and the person making the decision actually never learns of the consequence of the decision. Or I would say like judges in some cases in like the criminal justice system are set up to have maybe the worst judgment they could have in some ways because they almost never get feedback. They have like very little, they can do whatever they want and they almost never get any feedback. But so in medicine, there was this one example in one of the studies that I thought was just interesting and illustrative where this physician became famous for being able to diagnose typhoid, this New York physician, by feeling around, palpating people's tongues, feeling around their tongues with his hand. And you could tell, a week or two before they would even get it, this person's gonna get typhoid. And as one of his colleagues later observed, he was a more prolific spreader of typhoid than even Typhoid Mary. He was spreading it with his hands by touching their tongue, making the prediction they would get typhoid, which would turn out to be correct, so it would reinforce the lesson that he was really good at prediction. That's a really wicked learning environment, where the feedback he's getting is reinforcing the exact wrong lesson, right? But I would say most of the things that most of us are doing have feedback that tends to be delayed. Sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's not. It's never as accurate as like, I hit that golf shot and I see if it hooks or slices and then I change the club face and try it again. And so most of what most of us are involved in, increasingly, right? Like, work next year doesn't look like work last year for most of us anymore. And in fact, Anders Ericsson, again, the guy who did the research underlying the 10,000 hour rule, when he eventually wrote a book, he made this caveat in the book that said, the 10,000 hours framework, it applies to things where we know exactly how to be good and a coach can watch you do it and correct everything that you do wrong. So it doesn't apply to most of these other things that most of us do, like computer programming and managing and entrepreneurship and all these other pretty big loophole, right? In those areas, you want this much broader toolbox.
I was really compelled by something
So, what is a kind versus wicked learning environment? What did you guys get from that?
If I understood correctly, kind is like there's not much change, where wicked is there's different variations changing.
Okay. Want to say something? Sorry.
Yeah, it was kind of what Rafa said, where kind of it's like there's a certain structure that leads you to success, and whereas the wicked is like you could see success for a short period of time, but then like 3 weeks later it's like kind of just like explodes up in your face sometimes, and you gotta figure out what happened.
You want to say something?
A wicked environment is fluid, it's always changing. There's a lot of components.
Cool. What were some of the examples he gave of kind versus wicked? Remember?
Both.
I'll play it again.
I think it was, golf and chess, he said.
Yeah, he said golf, chess, right? Something's around him, maybe. This vote. So golf, chess.
To a type of problem. And when the test came along, where everyone has to transfer to new problem, perform in subsequent classes. And the difference is the way to get someone to do really well in the test is to, also why it's relatively so easy to automate, Thinking Fast and Slow, was there, and he asked someone for my email address, and like months later, he followed up and invited me to lunch. He was interested in my critique of some of about this. Why do people sometimes get better with narrowly focused practice, and why sometimes don't they? He said, oh.
Have you ever found that sometimes, like what he's saying, like sometimes people get better when they're super focused on it? Sometimes you get better at other things when you have a wide range of understanding? That's kind of what he's talking about.
I've got the paper for you. And basically he referred me to this body of research about kind versus wicked learning environments. These are terms coined by a psychologist named Robin Hogarth. Kind is like next steps and goals are clear, rules repeat, it's based on patterns, repetitive patterns, rules never change.
Give me an example.
Chess, golf. In chess, the grandmaster's advantage is largely based on knowledge of recurring patterns, so you better start studying those by age 12 or your chance of reaching grandmaster drops from about 1 in 4 to about 1 in 55. Also why it's relatively so easy to automate. Feedback is quick and accurate, not a lot of human behavior involved. Work next year will look like work last year. On the other end of the spectrum are wicked learning environments, where patterns don't just repeat, they might fool you. Rules may change if there are any. Feedback could be delayed or inaccurate. Work next year may not look like work last year. And so whether or not people get better with this very narrow, in a predictable way with this very narrow practice, depends a lot on where on that kind to wicked spectrum the task happens to be.
What's an example of a wicked learning environment?
So let's say one of the examples that I love that he turned me to was in medicine. So there's a lot of areas in medicine where something is done and the person making the decision actually never learns of the consequence of the decision. Or I would say like judges.
You ever have a doctor like prescribe you something and then they never see you again? They don't follow up, they don't know if that worked for you. That's what he's talking about. Zero feedback. He doesn't know if what he did was right.
In some cases in like the criminal justice system are set up to have maybe the worst judgment they could have in some ways because they almost never get feedback. They have like very little, they can do whatever they want and they almost never get any feedback. But so in medicine, there was this one example in one of the studies that I thought was just interesting and illustrative where
this is crazy.
This physician became famous for being able to diagnose typhoid, this New York physician, by feeling around, palpating people's tongues, feeling around their tongues with his hand. And he could tell, a week or two before they would even get it, this person's gonna get typhoid. And as one of his colleagues later observed, he was a more prolific spreader of typhoid than even Typhoid Mary. He was spreading it with his hands by touching their tongue, making the prediction they would get typhoid, which would turn out to be correct, so it would reinforce the lesson that he was really good at prediction. That's a really wicked learning environment. But
so, did you guys get that last example? Everyone was like, "Oh, this guy, he's so good. He'll tell you if you got typhoid." And he would feel around your tongue and be like, "Yep, you're gonna get it in like 3 days." And they would get it in 3 days. Was he right?
No.
Yes, he was right.
Yeah, he was right. They were gonna get it in 3 days.
But he was right.
Yeah, but he's right, and everyone, it's getting reinforced. Like, oh yeah, he was right. I got it. He told me 3 days. I got it in 3 days. So that learning environment's super wicked. It's like, wait a second, but he's the one, right? So, do you guys kind of understand the concept of kind versus wicked? It's a little bit tricky, but so I'll kind of sum it up here. So kind is very predictable, right? The rules are consistent, right? Chess, golf. There's immediate accurate feedback, right? If I hit a bad golf shot, I know it right away. I sliced it. I know. I could see the ball slice, right? There's a lot of repetition, refinement. You could practice repeatedly, and you could go more 10,000 hours rule and refine. So this is more 10,000 hour side of things, right? I could hit that golf ball because I get immediate feedback. I know if I'm hitting it right. I know if I'm not right away. And I could just keep going. Right, so think of Tiger Woods starting to play at 2 years old. Probably why he became really good, because he started so young. In golf. Let's see. Wicked. Unpredictable outcomes. Right? There's more complexity, the environment's more complex. There's more hidden variables. The rules maybe evolve or change, right? Uncertain or delayed feedback. I may be doing this action, but I don't really know if it's right in this type of environment or in this situation. I'm maybe not learning right away. And there's limited opportunity for repetition because things are always changing. All right? So, is our environment kind or wicked? Here at Tempo.
It's in between. You do know if it worked or not after the player performs an action, a dribble, a skill, but there's a lot of changes to it. Every situation is different.
I think when we like focus more on the technical side, that's kind, because if you're technically not doing this L right, then we know automatically like the ball's not under your hips, or yeah, it's not done right. But when we're like doing street, it's more wicked. So I think, but overall, if we teach to this skill, then we're wicked.
What you say, Bob?
When we're teaching more of the fundamental and the technical side, it's more of the kind environment.
Make sure they can use.
And when we get to like the game situation, it's more of the wicked.
Ralph, what do you think?
Our environment, I like Bruno said, I think it's a mix of both. I think even in some sessions it can be both, you know, tough. Yeah, I think it's a mix of both, and I think in some sessions it could be kind, and in some it could be wicked, or even in the same session it could be a bit of both, depending on, I guess, the player going, the drill.
What would be a wicked example versus a kind example in your session?
A kind would be where it's repetitive, you know, there's no change really, they're just going through.
Give me a specific example.
A 1v1 drill, they're just going, no rules changing, it's just a 1v1 like you said before with the side, with an angled defender, right? So there's no change, they're just going 1v1 to 2 goals, and wicked could be just throwing in different changes into it. There's different rules where you're not sure what's going to happen now. You're not sure of what the outcome will be, as like defender has a ball at their foot, or you know, you can only go through this gate, or you can only go through that gate, something like that, I think.
Okay, cool. Write down some examples in your sessions that you've ran here at Tempo, where some examples of what you think was kind and what you think was wicked. Just take a minute to write that down.
Can you go back to the other screen?
Specific
of the kind and
examples.
wicked? Yes, thank you.
So when have you had specific examples of that part of my session was a very kind learning environment, or that was wicked, or overall what session? Like, give a specific example. Just first example that comes to your head. 30 seconds.
Can I cambiar eso?
Well,
Got an example for us, Bruno?
Yes, sir. So, kind would be if I'm doing a drill where I specifically tell my goalkeepers, you're gonna jump over a box, do a low dive, make a spin for a high dive afterwards. They know exactly what they're gonna do. and it's a controlled environment where I'm fixing very specific techniques that we learned, the foundation of them already. A wicked would be if I'm doing a preparation, like I'm doing a drill with field players where maybe they're coming 2v2, my goalkeeper just be there, make sure you're closing your angles, you're anticipating the shots, and now there's going to be different scenarios that they got to read the game and read the players, read the shots, and make their own decisions as to what technique they can implement in that case.
So what was the changes there?
Changes was that the first one, I told them exactly what was going to happen. You're going to jump over the box, you're going to do a low dive, you're going to spin, you're going to do a middle dive, high dive. They knew exactly what to wait for, especially in the shots. And there was nobody interfering with anything else. They knew that shot was coming. They knew when it was coming. And they knew where it was going to. The wicked, doing 2v2 with the field players, they don't know when the player is going to shoot on goal. They don't know when it's going to be. They got to read the ball, the players, to see if they can anticipate and get off their lines, or if they got to drop back. There's multiple factors to be considered.
Out of those two, which one would you say is more technique? Which one's more skill? If we're thinking about technique versus skill.
Kind is technique. Wicked is skill, which is, it's where they need you go to their little toolbox that we taught them doing the kind drills and just pick whatever tool they think is better for that situation, which it might not be just one tool. They have a variety of tools that they can choose.
Sweet. What did you guys think of that example? What do you guys think of what he said?
That makes sense. Yeah, Wicked's unpredictable. It's just how skill is. It's like you just gotta go on the fly. Kind of is like, oh yeah, I could kind of ease my ways through it. I could understand it.
Mm-hmm. So then, which one, guys, is more technique based for us? Kind, right? Repetition. Do it like this. Mm-hmm. Giving you immediate feedback. Not like that. It's like this. There you go. It's like that. Good. Keep doing it. Good. They got it right. It's accurate feedback, as long as you know what you're doing. Right? Because it's accurate feedback, immediate learning technique. So when we're going to foundational techniques, it's more kind. When we start turning to skill, what do we start introducing? What?
Wicked.
Wicked, yes, definitely more wicked. So we start introducing other perception. Remember perception action? It's other than just the ball now. There's something else happening. In Bruno's case, there's other players. They might shoot at different moments. They might shoot wherever else. In the first one, it's just Bruno shooting the ball somewhere and the kid jumping and doing this whenever they're supposed to do it. They could repeat. Bruno could give them exact feedback. No, you don't land like that. You land like this. So we have a little bit of both, depending if you're going technique in your session or if you're going skill. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is why technique, it can be perfect or flawless, because you're giving immediate feedback. There should be a certain way to do it right. With skill, it may not be perfect or flawless every time because of the scenario situation's a little different. They might have to adapt the way they put their hand or whatever. Does that make sense? All right. So basically, if we're thinking about it back to the skill sandwich, what about skill side versus situation side? Which one's more kind? I mean, pretty much the same thing we just talked about. Which one's more kind? Which one's more wicked?
That's kind.
Bottom half is kind, right? The skill side is more kind. When we get to skill, it starts getting to be a little more wicked. But as we get to more moments or situations, it's more wicked. Because Raf said, even in that 1v1 angled, you said was kind of kind.
Yeah.
I don't know how that defender will move though.
Right.
They may move fast one time and slow the next time.
or different defender.
And I may try to do the same thing, but it may not work based on how they move. So that's more wicked.
Yeah.
I can't repeat the same thing
Yeah.
and expect the same outcome. So that's where you start thinking about wicked. All right? So we have both different types of learning environments. And the reason you're learning this is so that you can understand how you approach that part of your session. Right? You approach the technique side with, there's a very specific way to do it, and I'm giving very specific feedback, and you need to learn how to do it perfectly. Versus in a wicked, more up here, situation or skill side, it's okay, it depends. That's where we get to the it depends type of thing. All right? Depends how fast was he moving, how slow was he moving, where was he moving, what angle, what speed, where was the ball, where was your teammate, where's your goalkeeper. Right? We get back to that. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So, going back to the freestyler dilemma. Why are freestylers not professional footballers then? What learning environment have they mastered? Kind. Controlled or kind learning environment. They've mastered that. They're professional in that environment. Right? They get paid to do that stuff. But we put them in a wicked learning environment, throw them on the pitch, 11v11, different outcomes, right? So they've mastered the kind. Okay? And the kind, the freestyler, he got so good at repeating the skill, all he has to do is repeat, and he's professional. If you want to be a pro footballer, he can't repeat the same exact thing. He's got to put himself in different situations with different variables and understand the nuance. He's got to have a broader understanding. When does this apply? Why does this apply? But if that's there and this is here and that's then, and then it's at this time and that, I understand when, where, why, and all of these different variables. Now I can be a professional footballer. Does that make sense? All right. So there's a difference between the footballer and a freestyler. Footballer can't train like a freestyler if they want to be a footballer, and vice versa. All right. So back to teaching technique. So how do we teach technique, guys? We need to have what was the bottom part? You guys remember what it was called? Foundational techniques. Or chunking. How do we break it up now? Okay? So this is the progressions of that chunking or that mastery for the technique side. We're not talking skill, we're talking technique. First one is quality. Quality of the chunks. All right, identify key foundational techniques, aka chunks, and master each one. Okay, so my first chunk for my croqueta is balls here, like Sammy said, just can you push it here and can it be stuck here? If it's bouncing off this foot and the ball isn't dead, they didn't master it yet. Do it until they master that. There's a perfect way to do that. Once they did that perfectly, cool. Can they move their body and then do it? Cool. Can they move their body and then do it and then go forward? Cool. Can they do it sideways and then go forward? Okay, so we master all these different chunks, but we make sure there's quality first. We don't worry about repetitions yet. We know since it's technique, we want to get to repetitions though. This is kind learning environment. They're going to learn and get better with reps. Because it's repeatable, feedback is instant. Nope, not like that, like this. Nope, okay? So technique, we want to get eventually to hear the last one, but anyway. The quality of the chunks. Then we put the chunks together. Quality of the whole movement croqueta. So then can they go back, over, forward, back, over, forward on their own? Can they repeat and do it with quality of the whole thing? Then we get the quantity. So we start going to a little bit of repetitions, back, over, forward, back, over, forward, back, over, forward. Quantity of the quality. Consistent control of that technique. Repetitions of quality technique to build consistent control. So now we get the reps. After the reps, then we got to focus on intensity. Because maybe I can do this like this, and it looks so perfect, and it's great. Cool. They got it over and over. Technique is perfect. They know how to push that ball. That ball staying stuck on there. It's so sticky. Technique is clean. But it's super slow or not at game speed. Now we push. Push that technique. Push them. Push them until they get the speed. Now, once they got the speed, all right, they got quality of the technique, they got reps, but now they have the intensity. They have the intensity, cool. Let's rep it with intensity. So now I go back to that, but they're pushing at crazy speeds, and this is where we get into 30-second challenge, 1-minute challenge, faster. Can you improve faster? Next one, faster. And this is how we master technique. And once they're doing it at game speed, and they can do it for reps in control, meaning they have quantity, repetitions of quality, control, with game speed, we're good. They mastered that technique. So if you're coaching fundamentals, junior fundamentals, tinies, this is your bread and butter all day long, every day. Until you've gotten them to a point where like, yo, their techniques are clean, they're fast. Let's move them on to some skill. Now can we get them to perceive, okay, but now when do I do this? They have perfect technique and it's fast, but can they do it with a defender or reacting to something? Then that's the next thing. But this is just technique. Questions with technique? Sammy, talk to me about chunking. Come on, come up here. Talk to us about chunking. I want you to tell the coaches what you do and how you approach this because you are a slight genius master at this. Please talk to us. Oh my gosh, she's got a crutch up here. Did you want to sit?
No.
Damn, she's like a pro of that crunch.
She's got a pro injury.
Yeah.
Okay. So the way I like to think about it is I always try to identify what skill I'm focusing on. So always try to know what skill you're working on, if it's the L, if it's the D, whatever. Just identify your skill. That's
Is it a skill at that point?
your technique. And then, like kind of what Coach said, you need to understand why you're doing the move and break it down exactly the different parts of the move. So I'm going to use the L as an example. And then I like to think about what parts of the foot that I use. So if I'm using the L, I'm using my sole and the inside of my foot, right? So like you're thinking of it super basic. When I'm doing the L, so what parts of the foot am I using? Okay, I'm going to use my sole and my inside, right? So get the kids to understand that those are the parts of the foot when you do the L, so they can correlate it with that. And then, yeah, you show them an example of, yeah, I use my sole, I use my inside,
Don't hurt yourself.
and then I get to, so they know what parts of the foot I'm using, they understand the movements of it, but now they need to understand the body movements of it. So when I'm doing the L, like I'm not just going to be upright like this, because some kids will get like that, they'll just do this, but like, okay, I want this knee to be, I want this foot to be right next to the ball. When I do my L, I want my chest to be over the ball. And then you get them to understand like your body movements, right? So if my foot is behind the ball, what's happening if my foot is behind the ball and I try to do my L? That ball's gonna get stuck to your other foot, right? So I have to get my foot right next to the ball to give myself space to do that L. So then you talk about the body movement, your chest over the ball, and things like that. And then afterwards, I just try to like relate it to the game. Where you just, so what parts of the field can you do this on? And yeah, that gets into more of the game moments and situations. So yeah.
What'd you guys pick up there?
It was chunked up.
What did she think about?
Professional chunker.
What did she think about to try to chunk? What were the different things she thought about?
Body shape, parts of the foot you're using.
So parts of the foot, she went to that first.
Yeah.
She went to body, how's the body? How's the body look? Right? And then she gave context, she coached it back up. Right? Give the why. But also, even for each part of that, which part of the foot, you might want to give why. Why this part of the foot? Why does my body need to be chest over the ball? Like she said, like, why does my foot need to be next to the ball here? Oh, I told them because if they keep it here, look, you don't have space. Okay? So, what was it? Parts of the feet?
Yeah.
body positioning, and back to game moments or situations. Okay, and for each of those, she might have more whys of each thing.
And I think it goes back to what you were saying with really understanding why you're doing those movements. Because once you have an understanding of the techniques that you're teaching, it'll be super easy for you to come get up and teach the kids the techniques. Yeah.
Sammy, while you're there, since I don't want you to get up twice, can you also briefly talk about what you do with street, and especially with the junior academy? I should have pulled up some examples of you because you do a really good job in street that I want to make sure the other coaches know, and also any other updates for the coaches while they're here, we can break it up a little bit.
Yeah, so for street, I think it's, well, being prepared for street. So 100% don't think about, like if you're going to coach street, you definitely need to be prepared. Know your coaching points, so knowing what the street topic of the week is, and then, okay, once you know the street topic of the week, you know what you're working on, and then you try figuring out what your coaching moments are. So if we're working on shape, then to me I have to break down, so what shape do I want to be in? I want to be in a triangle, right? And then you start breaking it even more and telling kids, why do I want to be in that triangle? Or asking different questions like, do positions matter on the field? And things like that. But then when it comes to actual street, so you know your coaching points, and then in the actual street, you're just looking for those moments. And then when you do see it, you just say freeze, and then you talk it out and you coach them on those moments that you stopped. And kind of like with our sessions, it's just a progression. I'm not going to start and tell them everything that I want to express to them, but I just start off with the basic stuff, like what shape am I in, guys? Or what shape are we trying to be in? Triangle, cool. And then from there, I'm like, all right, cool, you guys play, we'll see what happens. And then, again, you know your coaching points, and then, again, we freeze. We start asking, so if I'm at the top of the triangle, what position do you guys think that is? They might say like an attacker, or not an attacker, like a striker, right? But then what if my defender, bottom of the triangle, goes up the field? Does that make him a striker? Well, what do you guys notice? What shape did we always stay in? They say triangle, right? So we're always trying to just look for the triangles on the field, right? And then in those moments, you stop them and you coach them on that stuff. And then when you're off the field, I like to think about giving them some sort of challenge. So, okay, cool, I'm going to count how many times red team is not in a triangle, or how many times they are in a triangle. Or even if you see black team that they're not in a triangle, just, hey guys, look at your shape. You know, it gives them, they're going to look around, they're going to realize, oh, I'm not in a shape, I'm going to get my shape. So yeah, and then I think the extra stuff for street is mostly, if you see any, technical things, obvious technical things that are not, that should be coached, that's the moment for you guys to step in and like, hey, if you in the tight space, do you think you should receive the ball tight, or should you receive the ball like not a tight touch, right? So technical things that you should be coaching them on, even throughout street, even if you're not focusing that on your session, just really obviously technical things should be talked about.
How do you coach those technical things? What do you do? You freeze them?
No, if it's more of an individual player, I bring them to the side and I talk to them about it. Or, yeah, I just tell them on the field. If it's more individual, that's more of a one-on-one thing. But if it's overall with the group, then you would freeze the whole group and talk about them with the whole group.
So what if you see a technical point that a bunch of players are missing?
Yeah, then I would freeze the whole point and go over it with the group.
Cool, so if you guys see a technical thing that your players aren't getting, they're all making a similar technical mistake, and that's when you can pause the whole group, right? Guys, hey, when we have space here, what type of touch is this? Cool. Next one, I want to see that happen for all you guys. Yeah, understand? Good, go. Versus if it's just one player with one thing, then you just either pull them to the side or you get on there and do it, but you gotta do it in the moment. As soon as the moment passes, because it happens to me, I'm like, and I hesitate, moment's gone. Don't go back to coach and let him keep playing. So you gotta be, like, you see it, you gotta know it, jump in, pull them off. Here's what happened. What did you think? What did you see? How should it have been? If you want to question them, or you just direct them. Hey, next time, look, you had this player right here. Done play. But you got to do it in the moment, right? Capture them in the moment. And train players to, like, when you call them, it's almost like, I hate to say this, you're like training a dog, like, come here now, like, fast. So you get them in the moment, and then you go back and play, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What did you think about Sammy, what she said? Anything, any other thoughts? Questions for her? I should have brought videos. I have videos of Sammy doing a bunch of streets. I'll share them with you guys. I think I've shared a couple clips of her before, but I remember Bruno, you were at one time in person, you're like, she was really good at that.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Any updates for coaches while you're there?
I was just gonna add one more thing for
Oh, sure.
street. I think overall, especially like that time is to have fun. So if there's any good moments, like highlight those good moments for the kids, especially if you're working on something technical in your training and you see them do that on the field, like you should definitely be highlighting that.
How do you highlight it?
I just get really loud.
Sam goes berserk. Okay. and
Because
so
I
was
know,
trying to tell
like,
you.
as a player, I love hearing that. Like, if my team is like, oh my gosh, like, I love hearing that, so I think my players like hearing that. And I think they like it too, so.
You get better.
So have that moment where, like, you see it, you go nuts. Because that sticks out in their brain. Even if they don't acknowledge you, trust me, in there somewhere, it's hit them. And they know to do it again. But you gotta make that a moment for them. All right, and she goes crazy. So the kid knows, oh shit, I did that really well, I'm gonna do that again. Right?
Even if it's not on, he's doing it again.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But he learns through context though, too. Right? Because he may do it again,
And then,
and you teach them, not there though. Right? So, moments up. Wait, any updates for coaches?
Yeah, so we're going to enforce a uniform policy and eyewear policy. So all kids who have glasses that aren't sports glasses, they are not able to train because of the safety of other kids, and we also don't want those kids' glasses to break for any reason. So if you do see a kid who has glasses and they're not sports glasses, then they are not allowed to train. So if you do see that, we'll give them like a grace, just let them take their glasses off or notify support so that we can go contact the parents. And then also for the uniform policy, everyone has to have their shirts, their shorts, and then white socks. They don't have to be, long socks, but they just have to be white mid-length socks. Just so everyone has consistency and everyone looks professional. So if you do see a kid that's not showing up like that, that should also be a little punishment. What I was doing for kids who didn't show up to sessions with journals, they wouldn't get to play street for 10 minutes, so that's something you guys can amplify, especially for the uniform. Like if they don't look ready for their sessions, they can't play for street, or they're sitting out for their sessions, just some ideas.
What we're gonna start doing though is kids just can't train. You don't have your uniform, you just can't train. All right. So as of January 25, they're wearing glasses, they can't train. No uniform, can't train.
Can you guys make a post?
Yes, we're gonna post and remind them like crazy and put it in the chats. But you guys have to be the enforcers of that.
Yes.
And just say, hey, look, but you gotta stand by it though. Like, hey, this is our policy, I understand it's new. If there's any issues, please send the message in your support chat, we'll try to handle it separately. So don't try to handle it with them there, but just, if there's any issues, right?
what if their socks are different colors? Like they have the blue, black,
White.
and then it's supposed to be white, but what if they were in black that
White.
day?
White,
I don't know, you're,
white,
okay,
totally learn.
okay, that's
Totally
fine.
learn, same thing. All right, there'll be some rocky road there for a little bit, but we'll get out of that. And I'm planning to make the onboarding process so it's 100% clear. That's the problem right now. It's not 100% clear. So it'll get better as we go.
Yeah, and if you guys do see players like that, just let us know. Let's support them so that we can go contact the parents and try to figure that out with them.
Yeah, so be anticipative of that. Oh, so-and-so didn't have their uniform, or
Yeah, you guys can just
so-and-so
text me
still
your
has their
coaching
glasses, like they need to get other glasses. And then we'll take it from there. Questions on that?
So,
Yeah.
when, you start reinforcing it next week, but you guys start posting that when? But when is that, like,
It takes effect the 25th
the 25th?
is when it takes effect, but I guess we can
No,
start.
January.
Yeah.
So January 1.
I think every coach
Oh,
should at
January.
least
Oh,
give their
January.
kids a heads up.
That's what I'm saying, like,
Every coach should give their kids a heads up next week.
Yes, tell your kids at sessions this last week, hey guys, just so you know, tell your parents too. If I'm you, Christmas gift, right? If I'm you, I would message in my coaching chat, hey guys, I just have 5-minute quick announcement before we get rid of, before the last session ends. If you could just please be at the gym, whatever, boom. Guys, we have some new policies. Just make sure if you're wearing glasses, you need sports glasses. Also your uniform, you don't have a uniform, you can't train starting in the new year. And it could be white socks, any white socks, we don't care, but just white socks. Obviously it has to be the shirt and the shorts though, for example. If they have questions specifically, like take them and just be like, all right, let me get back to you on that. Let me get back to you if you don't know the answer, okay? And then you bring that to our attention and we'll take it from there. Anything else? Questions? Cool. Thank you, Sammy.
Is that the only thing for street? Or are you gonna go by street?
What's that?
Is that like, we're gonna talk about street again, or that?
No, I wanted you to come up.
Oh, that was it?
Yep,
Cool.
come on.
Sweet.
All right, transition from Samuel Lopez. Talk it up. Yeah. So Lopez, also being one of my first coaches, does a really good job in street as well, and he's going to also talk about just details in general. So go ahead, Lopez.
Okay, well, first I want to say thank you to Rafa, Jordan, and Val for the quickness of their sessions and how quickly they set up. It just makes it way quicker for us, especially at Cats, because we got to come in and out. So that's pretty much. I want to say thank you for that.
Oh, don't break things.
Oh, shit.
Sorry,
You're good.
Couple things. Overall session plan is fine. I like how the kids are engaged with all your sessions, especially in the small group we have in Grace. I like how both of you, even though very tight spaces, but you still make it work for them. So I want to say good job on that part. But my main focus and what I'm seeing is during our transitions, they're a bit too lenient. I want them to be a bit quicker. Even for myself, but I see it as like us three, or even Jordan as well. If they get water breaks, it should be like a minute when they should be in and out, coming out. Or if, for example, if street happens, have your kids clean up quicker, right? You, Jordan, Val, Rafa, let them collect the balls, and if they don't like solidify that. If they don't collect something, like make sure you do that. And for a kid who does do that, like praise them, like in front of everyone, like hey, like Jace, for example, like hey Jace, thank you for collecting. You don't have to leave it like that. Angel for yours, like oh Angel, thank you, right? There's one kid, one you were playing with, Danilo, thank you for collecting all the balls. There's a couple times they keep shooting, right? But you said specifically. Right, so we want to be quicker on that.
And by the way, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
What is that called that he's saying? What are you guys doing?
Positive enforcement.
Modeling. You're modeling the behavior from the kids. Okay. Lauren that just got hired, she nailed this. I saw it right away.
Yeah.
She was modeling perfectly. You guys should all look like these two. And all the kids were looking at, all those two? Okay, boom, they got in shape. All right? But keep going.
Yeah, we definitely did a better job of like careful with your kids cutting into sessions. Make sure they just continue doing that, especially for their own safety and ours. So my main point would be our street sessions. I know Rafa, Jordan, you guys are like 8:30, 7:30. You guys are done.
What time is Friday Street too?
Oh, Rafa Street. Okay. When your kids are done, I'm going to need help transitioning with goals and also with like scoreboards and such. Just for that to be quicker, and that way they could start playing immediately. It's just quick transition, they're in, and then we're already setting up to play. That way they have more time. But also if they are, stagnant, they're not doing it, then that's on them. But make sure you want to be quick. So when they see it, they're like, oh, like we could play immediately. Another thing is, for us three or Jordan as well, if your setup is complete, you have time after, I would like to have the pennies set up kind of like on the ground and like set up like 4 teams already. That way when we have captains, they pick their pennies up and we're in. Either before your session or after your session's done. Alright. Any questions before I continue? Cool. What else? So going back to what Sam said about like with freeze moments, make sure they're not too many times when you do it. Please utilize it, because there is a moment, there's a couple of times in the game where a consistent mistake has happened, but we don't correct it, so they just keep going, and it messes up the flow of the game. So right there you can freeze it, you can slow down the play, make sure they all understand it. We gotta check for understanding, that's a key point, right? Because we get a good point in, but then we have one kid like just, they're somewhere else, right? Their back's turned to you, right? So when you see that kid, make sure you stop. Make sure it's silent. So that kid's like, wait, what's going on? Oh, coach is speaking. And then you continue, right? Another thing that I like to do, Sam does it a lot as well, is make sure you get their eyes first, right? I have Rafa's eyes, I have Val's eyes, I have Jordan's eyes, right? That way everyone's now focused to you. And that way you can explain everything quickly and your sessions will run way faster, or your sessions will run on time. And speaking of on time, you could go a bit of after the session's done, 7:30, 7:35, but make sure it's not because kids are being late or explanation take too long, right? If you want them to play a little bit longer, fine. But make sure it's not because we didn't make those things clean as possible. So make sure they check for understanding, make sure they clean up and transition be quick. Alright, so make those things possible. Especially for myself, because I see it myself as well. And I think that's all I have. Nando, I think
No, that's good. Just what you said, the small details, the transitions are super important to stuff. I just want you guys to think about whether they play on club or they don't. We have limited time with these kids. So I always like to maximize every freaking moment. That's why we have wait time activity. That's why transitions need to be fast. That's why you need to know when you're doing journals. That's why it's like a machine, right? So we maximize every single moment of every single session, right? And if you can do that every single session, by the end of the month, you probably just got an extra hour of training for them. They just got an extra hour of learning. You do that for 12 months straight, they got an extra 12 hours of learning that year. And maybe one of those hours is like just a transition for that kid that you don't even like, wow, they took off. So it's the consistency of keeping things clean, moving it fast, getting in and out of your explanations, being pre-prepared, planned out, everything's laid out, and just maximizing, guys. So everything's got to be first class, world class, right? First class, world class. So as we continue to progress in this journey, we're going to continue bringing on more and more talent, and you guys are like the foundational pieces. So we all rise together, all right? So make sure you're coming up to rise to the challenges that we're pushing on you guys, because we're going to make a real impact in the field we're doing. Okay? Any questions for Lopez? No. Clap it up for him. Yeah.
I'll do at the end.
Yeah, Jordan will go. Jordan will go later. Yeah.
Jordan's presentation.
Jordan's
I just want to make sure I hit it.
Yeah, of course.
Not enough. Like,
Jordan, you're up.
huh?
You're up.
No, I'll do at the end because there's nothing about the tiempo. There's nothing to do with tiempo.
Jordan's the cherry on top.
Yeah,
Jordan's the cherry.
on the house.
Things I did see, or just one thing that I saw multiple times. If I'm not doing it, I would like for either Val or Rafa to take the initiative, or Jordan as well, to make sure they understand the rules of the game, of futsal, or even like outdoor street. Right? Make sure the ball is placed down. 5 seconds they play, or one I keep forgetting is like they shoot on the opponent's half. I remember on Friday there was a big one and the kids weren't happy about that, but that's on me. Yeah, just simple street rules for them to go play, and that way we don't have to freeze, explain the rules over and over again. So that's my last point, and I appreciate you guys. So let's keep it up.
Thank you. So take a seat, guys. Take a seat. Let's go. All right. So chunking, right? Chunking is breaking down, right, a specific skill into smaller, manageable parts, right? Each part is taught separately. So, like Sam said, thinking about parts of the feet, thinking about the body position. Now, what's the sequence of teaching that? How do I do? What's part 1? What's part 2? Part 3? I like to stick to the general rule of 3. Don't go more than 3 parts. All right. Doesn't need to be back chunked. It's called over chunk. Right. However, if it's something crazy, any skill is really 3 parts in my mind. It's like the entry, the movement, and the exit. That's the way I like to think about it. And then you're thinking about how do I chunk it together slowly, right? So, I don't have it pulled up here, but I don't know if you guys can see this. Try to share here. Can you guys see that?
No. I don't have my contact lenses.
Oh. So this is a chunk that I did for striking. You'll see this one in the video. It's in Instagram.
Can you put the volume?
I can't see it. Can you put close one?
I think it's a screenshot. But I basically did it in 3 parts. All right. I think I have more examples though. That'll be better.
Is it the one that's on the 360?
Kind of. Yes. It's just a little different, but same idea. But let me see if I can find it better.
All the kids now know the three steps.
There you go. Here we go. Here's another one. So this was teaching the scissor. So I broke it down to 3 movements, right? Like open, around, close, go. Can you guys see that, or is this a waste?
No, I'm sorry.
In the same group.
I think I've seen one here.
And then I start combining different chunks. Chunk 1 and 2 together. Chunk 1, 2, and 3, the whole thing. Right? You progress it. But, all right, we'll talk more on chunks as we go. But that's the main idea with chunking, all right? And the main idea is that you start applying it in your session design to get some skill work going, all right? So chunking, scissor, move. So that's the one I was just trying to show you. So the way I chunked it was I taught the kids, obviously I always go ready, right? Off your heels, ready. And then I always go, the first step I did was one, to open, almost like I called it like a half body feint, or like just an open step is what I called it. So when I said one, they would do one. And I would just make sure all kids got one. One, ready. One, ready. Cool. Then I would go two, I would teach them what two is. So once I say one, two, we're gonna bring that ball around and we're gonna have chest over and in. Okay, so I taught them two. All right, so we go back to ready. I go one, two. Ready, one, two. Make sure all the kids got chunk two and chunk one. Cool, now we go chunk three. So I'm gonna go one, two, three. And when I go three, and all of these I'm showing little detail, right? So I step and I tell them chest leans over the knee. All right, this one, ball, foot goes around the ball, not over the ball, or around the ball. Again, I'm trying to teach perfect technique. And I say chest over my knee. Right, and I'm looking for those details, knee bend, right? And I also tell them on the balls of your feet here. I want to see foot flat, I want to see that heel slightly up. Right? So I think about all those little details. And then the last chunk, I would tell them, okay, close. I would say close. So I would tell them to close the gap between your feet. Right now there's a gap between your feet, just close the gap without touching. Don't touch your legs. Coming really close without touching. So we would do this, or some kids would do this. So I would tell them, but we want the big toe pointing towards our other foot. Because I wanted this. Why did I want this and not this? Why does this matter?
You're using the outside of your foot to go.
Right, because I'm trying to go, right? Some kids would do this. If I'm not watching for that detail, I'm teaching poor technique. You just reinforce poor technique if you let them get those reps in. Okay? So one, you'll go two, three. And if I don't see that foot in the right placement, I don't see this heel off the ground, their calf isn't burning, that's a problem. I want them feeling that. Right, I want to see that chest. I'm checking technique for all of these things. Good, and then I would just say go, and they would touch the ball and go. That was the least important part for me. So now I'll do the same thing. Now we go 1 and 2 together. So if I say A, you do 1 and 2. 1, 2. If I say B, you do close and go. Then we do A, B, A, B. Okay, cool. Now we do the whole thing. I say go, you're ready, go. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. I'm still making sure they're getting that body movement and they're still getting the right part of the foot on the ball. Going back to what Sam said, I'm thinking about the part of the foot, I'm thinking about the body position, and then I break it up into 3 steps. Now I've taught perfect technique. Once those kids have that technique, cool, we can rep it now. So they got quality, now we gotta get quantity, and then we go for intensity. All right, when I say go, as fast as you possibly can. Okay, and then how do I build maybe repetitions to make a challenge? So then here, I had them dribble, I had them cut, come back, stop, go again. Right, but all with quality. And I give them a minute to see how many they could get. Because I see they have the quality, they got the whole thing down, we were getting reps of it, but now can I push intensity? How do I incentivize intensity? Competition. That's where competition comes into play. If there's no form of competition, your intensity is always going to be lower. If you're just telling them to go faster, that's fine, but they need an incentive. They need a reason. Why do I need to go faster right here? In a game, it's easy to know why to go faster, they don't take the ball from me. In training context, teaching technique, I have no reason. I'm an 8-year-old kid, why do you want me to go fast? I don't get it. Oh, it's a competition? Okay, cool. Oh, I'm trying to be faster than him? Okay, cool. Oh, I'm trying to get faster than me last time? Okay, cool. Now I have a reason to push intensity. And the intensity happens. It's not me always, I make it a competition. I use the competition as the incentive, is what I call it. So if you hear me ask you, what's the incentive though? What's the incentive? That's how you push intensity. All right? So think about, well, why would the kid do this faster though? If you can't answer that, you can't expect them to push intensity for that technique. Once we have intensity with that, then I just get reps at that intensity. Then we go 1 minute challenge all day long until, man, they're doing it right, left. Technique is clean. These guys are scissor masters. And now, once we did that a couple sessions, we're pushing into skill now. Now, when are you going to do that? Why are you going to do that? How are you going to perceive different things? Make sense?
Yeah.
So again, the foundational technique. This is the main takeaway that I need you guys to understand from today's chunking and foundational techniques. You need to see, do my players have these foundational techniques? Okay, because you'll find this is where a big gap has been since I started outgrowing myself, if you will. These are just maybe like half of the books of sessions that I wrote over the years. And I literally went through a bunch of them, and I was like, where's the gap? Like where are my coaches not getting what I was getting at? And this was the thing I came to, the chunking, all right? The foundational techniques. So make sure you get this. Question on this. It's pretty straightforward, right?
Always 3 steps. Just trying to break it up.
General rule of thumb.
Right.
General rule of thumb. It could be more, it could be less. Don't be like 3. There's no hard rules here. But general rule of thumb, how I've chunked is always 3. Because skill moves shouldn't be too long. Should be pretty straightforward. So I can chunk it up and teach 3 steps. All right, chunking examples. We kind of talked about this. We talked about the progression of technical mastery with like the grid, but this is like a short way to think of it. CCS, control, consistency, and speed. We get control, we get consistent, and then we get speed. So we get the quality, we get the quantity of the quality, and then we get the quantity of the quality with intensity. CCS. Short way to think about it. All right, any questions with how we teach technique? Any questions with how we teach technique now? Because you need to have this before you can't get up the ladder of everything else. Kids won't get better in the game if they don't have technique. Yes?
I think sometimes when I was like learning still, I would get confused or not understand, not even how to break it up, but like the why. And obviously I've learned because you've coached me and I understand the why, but I think I'm just speaking, like if I was a beginner coach, that would be something I would struggle on because I don't know where to cut it up and chunk it up.
Yes. So that's where like curriculum will come in. That's where I need to have my videos ready. That's where I need you guys to like learn, okay, this is how he chunks a scissor, this is how he chunks this. And you guys can do it the same way or similar, or if you find a better way, that's fine. So I get it. But I also want to just, at least for now, give you guys how I think about it. You take away how I think about it, and then how do I do that. And then you're right, I got to give you guys like specific curriculum. Here's how to do this move, here's how to do this move, here's what you should look for in this move. I'm just not there yet, but you're right. Does anyone feel like I wouldn't know how to break things up? It's okay. The way I think about it, guys, is just literally half these things are just in my basement, like when I was in my parents' house. In my basement, like how would I teach a 5-year-old to do this? It's literally the #1 question you could ask yourself. How would I teach a 5-year-old to do this? How would I break it down so they, by the end of my whole instruction, they're doing it like a pro's basically doing it. All right. So ask yourself that, how would I break this down so a 5-year-old gets it? All right, so that's technique. No questions about technique. So now, how the heck do we take technique and go to skill? How do we teach skills? Oh, I have to pull this up. Street, okay, cool. Street's natural of it. But now, let me tell you, they just learn the technique of scissor, can we just throw them in street and expect them to do it?
No.
No, add maybe like something that they, after they do the scissor, a cone that they need to accelerate to.
Okay.
You know, to push forward.
So here's how we go from Rob, I think you're kind of getting there. Here's how we go from technique to skill. I'm gonna skip around a little bit. This idea. Perception, action coupling. This is how you move from technique to skill. So, let's go to Rob's example, okay? I put a cone to accelerate to, right? Okay. Am I now perceiving something else?
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely are, yeah.
How many times am I perceiving that thing?
It's the same thing, just over and over.
So how many times am I perceiving it? How many
Once.
times do I have to perceive it?
Once.
Just
Now
once?
you know.
Oh, I see the cones there? Okay, good.
Okay.
So that's good, that's a step. At least they perceived something one time and they did the skill. But how do we get them to
Get different
get
variations
perception
of it.
each time? What can we add, guys? What's always gonna change?
Defender.
Add a person. Add a person. Now they're perceiving someone else. That's gonna get more game-like. Okay, there's a defender. But do we just go 1v1? Hey, you just learned how to do a scissor, go 1v1, do it.
So now they have to do it and then get to defender maybe?
Okay, so how do we progress it, Sam? I see you.
We have to progress by like giving maybe the attacker or the defender some sort of restrictions. Like defender is only alive when the attacker touches the ball or shoots the ball.
Yeah, so what Sammy's saying is we have to play with the pressure. So it's something called the pressure spectrum. We can't just, you just mastered the technique of scissor. We can't throw them into full pressure. 1v1 defender, just go at it. Some kids might, maybe, I'm not saying no. Most will probably struggle and won't be able to pull off the scissor. They just learn how to do it by themselves with no perceiving anything else. All of a sudden you want to perceive the defender coming at them at what speed, at what angle, with where the goals are, with where to go. You're not going to get all that. It's too much. So we have something called the pressure spectrum. We start with no pressure. No pressure means technique. Then we start building to Rafa. I know you and I talked about this. Something called interference or indirect pressure. Indirect pressure. So this may mean, instead of me doing the scissor here and pushing, how might I create some interference or indirect pressure to that?
Oh, you're rough.
No, you.
No, you.
No, you.
You
Okay,
guys
I
are
get
so
it.
cute.
Okay. You have someone doing the scissors the same way. You know?
What do you say?
Have someone do scissors.
Good. So you having two players come at each other. They have to perceive another player. Is that player trying to take the ball from them?
No.
There's no pressure, but it's indirect. Someone's kind of coming at them. Even more than that, I think an even simpler one, have 3, 4, 5 players just doing the scissor move, dribbling to different areas. I'm now perceiving other players. Or maybe that's the more difficult one, because now I'm perceiving multiple movements. So now I'm perceiving, there's still no direct pressure, but it's interference. All right. Do we get the idea of interference or indirect? No one's taking the ball from them, no one can take the ball from them, but they're perceiving other movements of other people. They're now having to learn, oh, I could do it here because they were moving there, or whatever. That make sense? No? All right, so we go from indirect or interference, we go to what's called limited pressure. Now these two are kind of similar, but I'll talk about it a little bit. Limited pressure is more, the defender's task is really hard. We constrain either the defender to make it super hard for them to actually defend, that it's not realistic to real game defending at all, because we want success of the attacker. That's why I would do that. Or we make it super simple for the attacker somehow, but usually we do that by limiting the defender, right? So what's an example of how we can limit a defender while we're teaching a scissor move? So we did the scissor move, no pressure, we mastered the technique. Then we had 2 players dribble at each other and do the scissor. Then we had multiple players just dribble in an area and do the scissor. So we got that interference. But how do we up the pressure? How do we up the pressure, but still make it easy enough that we build success for the attack? What can we do?
Defender has the ball.
Defender has a ball. In a real game, is a defender gonna have a ball? Super unrealistic.
Let's take a different one. That's like the one that
That's
we
a
pretty
pretty
much
general one. That's
that
like
we
a
all
tempo
pretty much
direct
use.
one.
Exactly.
Yes.
What's something else though? Is something like I mean, it's not. The first thing that comes to mind is like defender can only like hop on one leg. I mean, but that is that like something that.
Are you making the defender's job a lot harder?
No, but definitely much harder. But is that it's definitely not realistic.
It's not realistic.
But is that like
harder?
you know
That sounds
maybe
like you're
they could just jump? They can't run. They could just jump from. And I guess that.
And notice his.
Time.
Go ahead.
He goes to do the time control.
Right. So this is where we get to isolated too. So we start talking about time and location of pressure. Time and location of pressure. You can only tackle at that gate. So I'm still building confidence in this area. But now I'm upping the pressure because actually they can take the ball from you now. Just there, only there though. So you gotta be careful about how you time yourself going there. Now they're perceiving, when do I do it? Where's the defender? Do I do it now? Yeah. This is happening. They're taking their technique, turning it to a skill. Okay? So that's why I said isolated and limited are kind of similar. Now you could combine these two. You could limit the defender by, hey, you have a ball at your feet, and you can only tackle there. Or you can only tackle after 5 seconds. Or when the player goes through the zone. Or whatever, it depends on what you're getting at in the design of your thing. Or we start thinking time and location constraints, and then task constraint. How do we make this super, how do we make them hop on one leg? Not how do we make them, but make them hop on one leg. Right? And then finally we get to the most full direct pressure. Defender is a defender. Now we get regular 1v1s going down. And maybe within one activity, one game that I play, I go through this entire phase based on how I progress the game. So this is where your progressions, and this idea is what I call scaffolding. You scaffold by layering different constraints, or taking away different constraints, or changing the rules as you go. You don't tell them, hey, we're gonna do this, then this, then this, then this, and this, and this, and this, and this. You just tell them we're gonna do this, go. Okay, now we're gonna do this, go. We're gonna do this, go. And maybe that's your plan, you're like, I have this whole plan to get through, but you see kids get stuck right here. No success for the attacker here. Still struggling here, good, we stay there. We don't move up, we change our plan. Okay, so that's where you gotta observe and analyze. Questions about the pressure spectrum? No questions, pressure spectrum. Do we see how we're not developing technique anymore? They already have technique. Okay, cool. So I want to show you a quick little video talking about this a little bit. $11.28. Actually, here it is. Okay. All right, so these guys are going to talk about how we start developing skill, and sort of this pressure spectrum, but not really, but kind of.
Absolutely. And our final point here around developing decision makers, this idea of integrated regulation and self-organization. Now, Jimmy has produced a couple of great video blogs already around this, one of which is cited there, Observe and Adapt, Complex Systems Approach to Coaching. Now, these feature videos of players solving problems with zero interventions from the coach. So again, we talked previously about setting the task and allowing players to solve problems or recognize situations which are perhaps triggered by movements or by different cues on the pitch or different geography. This idea of self-organization is one we've written a lot about, and the videos are great because one of them, two teams solve the same problem in different ways. So, for example, one tries to press and one tries to sit in a low block in order to intercept the ball and create the transition moment. I mean, how do you take this, Dan, into your own practice design and allow players a chance to self-organise?
Yeah, I think the balance here is allowing players to experience the practice, but not drown. So, you know, a simple example might be like a 4v2 roundup. If you're all focusing on the defending in the middle, and you and I are defending against 4 on the outside.
We'd apply more individual based.
How do the two defend? So do they stay really compact and let all the passes go around but no passes go through? Or do they go really wide and all the passes go through but they're trying to press as individuals? And hopefully they would work towards self-organising that one could go and press and one could cover, and we allow passes maybe if we have to down the side but never through the middle, and that kind of regulation of how we're going to do that. And then with younger players, I think we might have to talk about the competency that they have as well. So the idea of chucking an under 7 in and expecting him to have the same kind of ability to self-regulate and self-organise as an under 14 is not the same. So the kind of complexity of the practice would need to be appropriate to the individual in front of you in order for them to regulate and self-organise at the level they're at. Does that make sense?
So, what were they talking about there? What actually makes the player develop the skill? In a sense, like what were they talking about, I guess? Any thoughts? No wrong thoughts, guys. Yeah, kind of like
they don't have like a specific way, like, oh, I gotta do A to get this result. I could, like, he has to like solve it, he or she has to solve it themselves to find a success in the way. Like using, for example, like a certain technique we learn, and it's like, okay, how can I now we're practicing the skill, how can I make this technique work in a certain time and space for me to be successful? And that's where like they have to now self-correct and all of that.
Cool. So do we teach or do they learn?
They learn.
This comes back to they learn. So this is where they learn. Skill is learned, it's not taught. Technique, we can teach them technique. We know perfect technique. This is how it works when no one's around. Skill, they have to learn it. But the benefit is they don't have to learn it alone. They get our expertise with the way we design the game. It brings about the learning. Because I created that moment. And the kids are just, they don't even know it, they're learning. They have no idea, but I designed it so good that that moment's happening and they're getting it. Oh, I'm gonna do it here, I'm gonna do it there. And you intervene where you need to. But they talked about that, you know, there was this, whatever club it was running sessions that they were designed so well that the kids were just having the learning happening and they were self-organizing their own practice, their own learning. But it's in the design of the coach, the way they design the session, that it creates that learning. Right? Because the experience they're getting, oh yes, I noticed that. Does that make sense? Right? So technique is more like, we know it, this is how it is, do this, like this, go faster, good, we got it, okay. Skill, okay, now we got to adjust the pressure and build games so that, oh, they know when to do it, why to do it, they're learning. And that's also the same with like situational moments, like design 1v1s that they figure out the right solution in that specific area. They figure out, oh, they could go this way or cut or use the defender's momentum. And you could help and intervene and give them ideas and you're there for that. But it's mostly in your design. The learning happens in your design. Your effectiveness comes from the way you design your things. Cool. Questions? Thoughts? Rafa, what do you think?
No, sorry.
Rafa's like, get me the f out of here.
No,
I'm burnt.
Not yet.
My brain's toast. Val, what do you think? What do you think of that idea?
that's something that I've been missing in my sessions.
What do you mean?
Start implementing.
What do you mean? What have you been missing?
I'm not sure. I don't know, I've just been kind of like playing around my head this whole time, like making up sessions on it.
Making up sessions? Good, good, that's good. So, can we get to the pressure spectrum if they don't have technique though? No, this is skill. We gotta make sure they got technique. So if my kids are just learning something new, they don't know how to do it, they don't have the feet for it, we're not doing the pressure. Okay? And we build skill based on this idea. They have to have something else to perceive. The best thing to perceive is another person. Because another person's always going to do something different. They're always going to move at different speeds or try different things. And that's where I'm going to learn the variability. When to do it, why to do it. Oh, when they do this, I don't do that. Got it. So pressure spectrum. We already talked about this. I just broke it down a little bit more. We talked about interference, we talked about limited, isolated, and then full pressure. Any questions with the different types of pressures in the pressure spectrum? Do you guys see how it kind of escalates into more real pressure?
Mm-hmm.
We don't just go straight to, it's a ladder, the ladder. Okay, so you got to think about that ladder in these, I guess, different 5 rungs, if you will, of the ladder. All right. So now we talk about types of activities within a session. There are 2 main types of activities within a Tiempo session. We talked about this. This is just a review from like summer, whenever we did those video calls. What are the 2 types of activities in a Tiempo session? There's only 2 you could have, 2 main types.
It was the one that was like similar to the prior practice play, but it was a play skill play?
Close. Game or practice?
Yeah, sorry.
You can only have a game or a practice. 2 different activities you can have. You want to call it an activity, you want to call it a drill, you want to call it an exercise, whatever, I don't care, but there's only 2 types. You could have a game or you could have a practice. That's it. So this comes down to like, how do you make your sessions happen? And I'm clicking the wrong one. So game versus practice. All right. I won't go through each thing, I'll just give you the main idea. A game is, it always has an objective to win, to score, to get past an opponent, or a specific game-related outcome that has to do with an opponent. An opponent is always trying to prevent you from scoring. There's another opposition preventing you from trying to be successful. That is a game. For example, tell me if this is a game. Me and Val are trying to get to that line and back. Whoever gets back here is the winner. Is that a game?
No.
Why not?
If I'm trying to avoid, you should get back there.
She's not preventing me from scoring. I can still score by finishing. It's a competition, so we call that a practice. Because there's no, we're competitors, but she's not my direct opponent. My direct opponent is how fast can I move. We're competing though, she's seeing how fast she can move compared to me. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
So a game has direct competition, someone preventing me from actually scoring. Now that defender may be defending unrealistically. They may be hopping around, they may be having a ball, but there's someone preventing me. So most likely games are going to be more so towards the technique side or the skill side?
Skill.
More towards the skill side of things. And practice, there's not really a direct opponent. You can have competition, but it does not have the same objective that a game does. Okay, and a game naturally, because there's a direct opponent, has some reaction, decision making, that perception action thing. Does that make sense? Cool. So, don't worry about this. I just talked about all that. We just talked about all that. We just talked about all that. Blah 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 blah. Game practice. Yes. Any questions on game practice? Oh, this part I should talk about. Dude, I forgot. Okay, so 3 types of games you could run. There's only 3. You could run a small-sided type of game, All that means is you have at least two players per team. I have a teammate, it's not just me as the attacker. And there's transition moments. Okay, small-sided, so make sure you know what small-sided is. You gotta know these types of games and practices. Right, so when I ask you what type of game are you running, you gotta be able to tell me it's small-sided or it's one of the other ones. Then we have applied game. We have an applied game. An applied game is multi-directional usually, and there's one attacker, but can have unlimited amounts of defenders. So we could have a small-sided game or an applied game, or we can have a reactive game. So that's where I'm reacting to a defender. The difference between applied and reactive, like each one kind of builds on each other. So small-sided kind of includes these, applied kind of includes some reaction to it. Reaction would be like, if I got my opponent here and I'm here, and the two gates here, and I'm trying to go through the gates and they're trying to block my score, right? It's kind of like reactive, like it's like a mirror. I'm trying to go this way, I'm trying to read them, I'm reacting to what they're doing exactly. Just know the names, we'll dive deeper into the definitions. But does that make sense? And lastly, we have two practice. Practices have no perception action, right? So we have isolated. That means there's just one technique. I'm just working the scissor. We're repeating that over and over. It's an isolated practice. Or compound. It just means there's multiple techniques. Who has done like LV, croqueta, right? Sammy, yeah? You've done like combination moves and stuff to get multiple things in your whatever. That'd be a compound practice. Okay? And these two are typically your skill work, which is the stuff that you can do without anybody. Our practice is more skill or technique?
Technique.
Technique. Our game's more technique or skill? Skill. Alright. So that should tell you. So if you tell me I'm doing a practice, then a game, I know you're probably running a skill practice. Or a moment practice, right? But it's more up the ladder of the development. If you tell me it's practice, okay, I know you're on the technique side. I'm going to skip through this a little bit. So now it comes to how the heck you design games. So we just talked about that they learn. If you design a really good game, they should learn. My journal. So I was literally trying to write down, I was coming up with a receiving session for my group that I ran yesterday. And as I was doing it, I'll try to recreate what I was doing. So I was literally just thinking about, for me, the first thing I did is I considered my space, because I'm on the racquetball court, so it's kind of tight. I'm like, okay, what the heck can I do on a racquetball court? Then I thought about what's the thing I'm focused on improving. And I came to directional first touch. A directional first touch. So remember, we have technique, skill, moment, situation. What type of session is that between those four? If I'm working on directional first touch, that's my focus. Is that a technique, a skill, a moment in the game, or a game situation? Directional first touch. Which one can it be?
Technique.
It could be a technique. What else could it be?
Moment or situation?
No, situation. Situation would be super specific. Directional first touch to take my space to beat the left back to cross in the ball. To create a goal scoring opportunity. That is a game situation.
Could be a skill.
Could be a skill, right? Just depending on how I work on it. So it could either be a technique or a skill. Then I thought about, all right, I'm thinking about, okay, I need them to take I'm teaching that redirection of the touch. So it's literally just like passing the ball off the wall. Okay. Right. I could do that all day. But what would make them have to take this touch in such a clean way? What would force them to do this without me saying, like, touch it? Right? You said pressure, right? So I thought about how can I incentivize this action? And what I came up with was pressure eventually, but also adding a goal, adding a target, adding some score opportunity. That if they don't take their touch clean, their next action will be messed up. So the first thing, what I started working on was back foot, front foot. If I take a bad first touch and I put the goal there, I may not be able to get that goal. So I started thinking about, okay, how do I get this to happen? Where can I put the goal? How do I make the game happen? All right? So then that's what I thought about, okay, I need to add a specific action after their touch that forces them to take that good touch. So maybe I add a shot, I add a dribble, I add pressure, I add a defender that forces that game to make that happen. You guys with me? Does that make sense? Talk to me. I'm just gonna keep going if you guys don't stop me. I'm crazy. I hope you guys have realized how crazy I am at this point. I'm actually.
So right there, you
I'm a mad scientist. Talk to me.
Are you like, well, the first part is like, obviously, discovering what you're gonna do. And then that part, you were just explaining of the technique / skill. Like,
Yeah, so this part, I know what I'm trying to get. I want them to get the skill of taking this touch here in this direction, or taking this touch here, just redirecting that first touch. Instead of just like here,
Yeah.
I want to take them to here, or to direct it into a certain area. So I thought about, okay, how do I make that happen? All right, I got to put a goal, something that they have to go this way with. And then I started to think of, how do I start adding pressure, realism, to get up that skill development? So then I started thinking about, okay, they can pass here, receive here, pass here, receive here. I'm thinking about the racquetball court. Pass here, and on this touch, there's a player coming in from this way, so they have to have a clean touch to this foot, and the goal's right there. So in my head, I'm just envisioning this. Literally just like imagining it, and I'm picturing my space. I'm really good at visualization, like I can see things. You know how people have like picture memory, or whatever, what do they call it? Photographic memory. I feel like I kind of have that. So I can really like envision, that's my process. It might be hard for you guys to envision it in your brain, maybe you need to draw it out. But I can literally just like, and so if you guys see me on the field, like when I'm doing this, I'm just like walking through all the pressure right here. I'm literally doing this. I look like a crazy person in my house, just like doing this. And then I think about all of like the breaks that might happen. What I mean by breaks is like, where might it go wrong? Where might my game, my moment, my situation, my skill, where might it not come out? How do I continue to incentivize them doing that? Okay? And then I create a game out of it, create a whole game out of it. And then I think about progressions. And I literally just thought of one game, and then I just progressed the crap out of it. I made regressions, progressions, and I just had a whole bunch of different games or practices. And then I just kind of rehearse it myself. I mentally rehearse it, move it, and then I just write everything down. And by that time, I kind of just have 3 different activities. Okay, so then I thought about, okay, I want them to do this and then this. Now, how can I just practice that no pressure? Okay, I could go in a corner and they can just do this and this and this and this. Okay, what's the incentive? All right, let's make it a competition. We do this and this. 1 minute, how many can you do? Okay, fine. Then I started to add, okay, footwork, the physical side. Then I added a footwork drill where they would come in here and out, come across, and then they would drop. They would have to drop this hip to get behind the ladder, because the ladder would be in their way. And that touch would have to be clean to make that pass there and not have it hit the ladder and come back and then pass it. And now I get the repetitions of a practice, like they're just getting those reps. Getting the technique. Before I had pressure, before I had those. Same hand.
So your session was technique or skill?
It was intended to be skill. I never got to that part of my session.
Okay, so then you were thinking about more of, because right there you made like the game part of your session.
Yes.
So you thought of just making the game part of your session, and then you thought, okay, so what do I need? What are the techniques to do this game part of my session?
Yes, exactly, 100%. So I thought about the game first because I started with a game and a skill because I know the level of my players, and if I just have them do this all day, like they're gonna get bored and be like, this is the worst session ever. So how do I have pressure? I have realism. They're at a level. Right? I have the best academy kids were there, right? So I got to challenge them.
So you did game moment, and then you did practice, and then you went back to game moment?
For my session yesterday, no, it was a progression. It was technique. It was that ladder thing, getting the reps, no pressure, just getting the reps, getting the footwork, teaching them kind of like the chunking idea of, hey, I want to see the hip drop, I want to see the touch, the ball here, and I want to see the pass here. And I would just go one by one, watch you do it, and then I would correct it. I would literally, if you watched my session yesterday, if you were there, once they came out of the ladder this way, some would just stay there. I would literally be right in front of them, and I would just push them back. So that they got, oh, I have to do this. I would do that to some people, or I would tell them, right? But then, okay, once they got that first foundational technique, cool. Now do they have the touch? Is that touch there, that as they touch, the foot comes down and they pass here? Or is it that they touch and they have to step towards the ball and then do it? No, I don't want that. I want clean, boom, boom. So I was getting at that part. Okay, they got that part, okay, good, we move on. So I think about all the little technique pieces that need to happen.
Yeah, I think, like, because I kind of ran a session with my junior academy kids last season where we were focusing on back foot receiving, but like I didn't break it up that crazy like you did. Like I didn't even, like not even close to how crazy you did it. Because like all I did was, if you have a passer here, your goal is to get your touch to get to this cone, how are you gonna do that? And they figure it out, but then I'm like, okay, so is it faster for me to use my back foot to get there, or is it faster for me to use my front foot where I'm kind of step over and I have to do this thing? So yeah, like I didn't even show them that movement. Like obviously they're good players, they understand it, they got it. I also watching them do it, but yeah, it's crazy.
But you said it, like they're good players, they know how to do it already, right? And also with my level of players that are a little older, I can almost teach them like younger ages. I maybe couldn't do that same session because it's too like training, it's too like footwork and but like we make it a little board easier. The older kids, I can push them with intensity with that. So I just know for my kids, like I can do this, I can push it. And then I can push the intensity that way. If I was doing junior academy, I may not run that. I may adjust. I may just go straight to the game. And usually that's what I do with junior academy. I start with the game. Make it engaging, make it fun, come to a skill, go back to that game. That was my typical junior academy session. And I would run that sometimes with academy, but I found academy would sometimes get a little bit lulled with bored. So I would be like, okay, no, let's go straight into technique and practice and then boom, build into a game or a movement. But you can do it however you want. I don't know if that answered anything you said.
I think I'm just highlighting like how crazy you really think about everything in that situation. Yeah, it's crazy. Because I forget. Like, I'm just like, oh, I want to do back foot receiving. Okay, what do I need? Like, inside my foot, you need to open up your hips. I just tell them, kind of, and I show them. But, like, you actually have them break it up for them. Like, even without them knowing, like, with the ladder thing, like, they're naturally just doing that. Yeah.
That's what I want to get at. Naturally, it's happening by the way I designed it. And if they're not getting it, then I step in and I explain. Hey, or I give a rule, because some of them were still just like passing over the ladder. I was like, guys, your ball should not hit the ladder. We're not hitting the ladder. How do we do it so that we don't hit the ladder? And some of them would figure it out like that. Or sometimes I just have to be direct. But yeah, I do think about all those details. Now, it gets easier once you've done this for years. So at the beginning, like when I was first designing sessions, because I would spend like all day just thinking about this crap. Like when I was training her team, like I'd fill up books of this stuff. Stay up, like just stay up late, just like designing, envisioning. Go test it on the field. It would work, it wouldn't work. I was crazy obsessed with this stuff, right? So that's where it goes to like, it just depends how much you put into it. It's just like anything else. Put in crazy, you want to be different, you got to put in crazy different hours. But anyway, that's not that here nor there. So that's that. So don't worry about constraints that approach. We kind of talked about this. So practice, is it more wicked or kind? We kind of talked about this a little bit. A practice, when we're doing a practice.
Practice is kind.
Kind, yeah. More repetitive, right? And then is practice more skill or technique? We said this a little bit too.
Technique.
Yeah. Isolated or compound, where we get to technique, that's where we talk about chunking. We see how things are like coming together, these ideas. Make an example of a practice and a game for, you guys are going to design a session right now, as best you can. Doesn't have to be crazy, but you're going to design a session based on everything we talked about. And I don't care if it's right, wrong, just make a full session. Make your next session right now, go. And that's it, we're done. After you make a session, I'm just showing you the types of sessions you can run.
Here we go.
This is where you start.
This one I didn't my NBA class.
These are the types of sessions you can run. Bruno, I know you gotta go. You told me before you have your thing.
No, it's still sticker onto it. We're almost done.
Okay.
No?
Well, yeah, I just want these guys to design a session now.
Yeah.
All right, guys, write a session. I'll be here to help. I know it's a lot of brain fried, so if you could do it now, you could do it when you're fresh.
But just one that I don't.
No, don't do anything you've done already. Think of something new you haven't done. Think of a focus you haven't really focused on. And remember, it doesn't have to be a full game situation you start with anymore. It could be just a moment. But you have to start here. Which one of these am I doing? Am I just worried about technique, worried about skill, worried about moment situation? So here, I'm gonna do this.
I'm not doing it.
You're gonna do technique. You're gonna do technique. You're gonna do moment. You're gonna do moment. You're gonna do moment. If you're confused by what I just told you, please let me know. Please let me know. If you don't know what I just told you, please let me know. Bruno, you can do this too. Yeah. Bruno, you can do moment. Bruno, you can do moment.
You have to go. Got it. Got it.
And if you're confused by what I just told you, it's okay. I'll explain it again quick. If you're like, what is moment? I don't get it. What is technique? What do you mean?
We're making our practice in our game.
You're making a full session right now. Have 3 activities to your session. It could be 3 practices, or 3 games, or 2 practices, 2 games, 1 practice, but there should be 3 activities. Go, go. Oh, you don't have paper?
I already have the pills.
Oh, Sharon, damn!
I can do it right now if you guys want.
Create a new one, Bruno.
This is a new one.
All right.
He's a mad scientist.
Who's on it? Alright, let me cook.
If you want to talk to your neighbor, figure it out too. We need some ideas, see if they have any. I'm also here.
Rob's so good at that one too. What you're doing. Wait.
Who feels like they're really like technical?
Who's very technical?
Like technical
Like a game? Like
in
a
their
player?
coaching. Like they would kill this. Like the chunking stuff, like breaking down the skills. Bruno, your hand should go.
I thought it was good players.
No, you too. Bruno's a master there. Yeah, he knows how to break it down, body position, what part, where the ball is, why here. No one feels like they're a master at that piece, teaching that technique. If not, you should, because that's where you need to start. Oh. That's where you need to start. Jeremy, we can't leave till everyone got their session. Let's go. Oh, you got a phone call, sorry.
Because like Andrew's session, like it was fundamentals, and I didn't really write anything down, but I did the chunking, I did the steps to make it a good technical portion.
Alright, good.
Just I don't know how I did it until you explained it. I was like on the fly.
Trust me, I didn't have this in mind when I started doing sessions.
Yeah.
This came now. This is after years of doing it. I realized with that I started a format.
Yeah.
Well, how do I teach others to do this? That's why I had to come up with this. Otherwise, if I was doing it myself, I would have never thought of any of this crap. This whole presentation, I have no idea. But I had to think, how did I even do this? How did I come up with, like, what was my process? What are the different things?
Yeah, because
this is years of work come together. This isn't like I started here. No one taught me this. I learned, you know? And, you know, learning on my own too, taking courses, whatever. Putting things together.
So this skill development sandwich, did you find it? Or
It's authentic, my guy.
It's authentic?
Authentic.
This is homemade.
Yeah,
that's
homemade.
Completely authentic. Most of that presentation is authentic.
You got this off of Google, guys.
That's not true.
He got it off of Google. Sammy, shut up.
Guys, he just looked up sandwiches, showed up.
Go ahead, look up skill development sandwich, see what comes up.
Picture of Fernando.
Authentic.
No, yeah, this is literally, you know when I made this?
Last night.
Tuesday night. This was Tuesday. Because I was like, there's a gap. What's the most important thing is kids? And I got to this. But then I was like, but what happened to the game moment we started with? And I was like, but what's the... And I just all came out of me.
It's coming.
And I was like, skill development sandwich, here we go.
Mad scientist.
Mad scientist. That's it.
Came out of his basement like...
Is that the song? Got your costume ready?
Yeah, to my house.
Oh, did you see my message?
Which one?
About the Team Genius?
No.
Click it.
It's in the app?
No, I texted you. So this is our initial evaluation report for Academy Pro players. We have development age, they're just comparing physically, intellectually, maturity, and then non-technical, just their attitude.
So you have a clear link for each player, and then...
Yeah, we send it to them.
Nice.
So, yeah, you rate them, but that's why I want you to come up with... We could use the first two as the same. Non-technical and biological age or whatever it is. But then the technical, I don't want it to be retained. Like, I want it to be
it's gonna be
your basic goalkeeper stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you would want to put in the
I already
initial.
have a list of things that I go over.
We keep it simple though, like just what are the main
No,
categories.
I already
It's like
have them.
3, 4, 5 things.
It's the thing.
And so that you can rate them.
Right.
So 3 or 4.
It's the thing that I go over the assessments. So I already have all them in the school council.
So just look at this and then tell me what are the things you would want to add.
I'll send you the list for technical.
Yeah. And then we'll just make one for you.
Okay.
And then you'll just have the link where you fill it out after you do one.
Perfect.
And then that's it. You just have to rate them. Then Ken will send it to the parent.
That's great.
That's it.
You're gonna touch Wonder Monday? So it's
Monday.
It's you, not Shannon.
Because he's not here. He's not here yet.
Yeah, he's the Monday. Okay. Yeah, she was asking about the plan.
So, yeah, I was gonna ask if you could send that to me ASAP, what your ideas are. And then I can build it, and then you'll fill it out with what you rated him. That way I can kind of show her. Yeah. It's just an admin, he was good.
Yeah, he was obviously the best kid in the program.
Wow.
Yeah,
I think he'll sign it.
I think so, yeah.
The goalie? You have any goalie name?
It's a national,
We only have
national
to
team
make
player.
Oh, yeah? You
What's that, Sammy?
That's a big one. Session.
What age?
You gotta make a session.
Under
This is
13.
session practice right now. Guys, you're gonna come up here and present your full session.
Where does he play?
NSFC.
Yeah, you're gonna
Oh,
present your
okay,
session.
Yeah.
I am serious, Jordan.
Jordan's got 2 presentations.
Small sided is 2v2? You said it, or it could be 1v1?
I'll bring it up.
I'm not. I'm really not.
Is it under? About time?
Guys, I don't see the
I can
keyboard.
do his thing.
Is it on the keyboard? It's right there, inside the cubby.
Ah, yeah, good call.
Now these 2 players per team. But your active is.
Apply could also be 1v1, by the way. So you should have 3 activities planned in your session, and then think about the sequence, like what order are you gonna do what? And why you're doing that. And if you're doing a practice, like in there, a specific skill, are you gonna teach the technique, or are you gonna chunk it up? How would you chunk it up? So be very specific with everything. I want you guys to over-plan right now. Exaggerate it. Eventually, as you go, it gets easier. Does anyone need help? Oh, here's my charger. Guys, I'm here at your disposal. I want you to understand things, so ask away, yes. Well, a whole session though. So it's not just, I mean, if you can run that whole drill in like 3 different parts, because there's 3 different parts, so that's fine. But think about an hour and a half session. What am I gonna run? Sorry, you make a good point. Make sure you have an R defined. Which R are you doing? I think I should go without saying. Thank you. But if you don't have an R, obviously, that's your focus or your phase of play. Where on that pressure spectrum is that? What do we call that? It's okay if you don't know. Close, indirect, or interference. Because like a kid's kind of interfering with me. It depends if like the defender can the defender just take the ball?
Yeah,
Then it's full. Then it's full, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just think about, okay, is there 20 minutes here of this, 20 minutes here? And do I have progressions to make it a full hour and a half? Or hour and 15 at this, right? Retaining, yeah. Depends if you're teaching the attacking or the defending. Depends.
With these, you can always like do without the ball, one person has ball, both people have the ball.
So we call that, I call it a lead-in. Like you don't have a ball, I don't have a ball, we're just kind of learning how to do it. I'm leading into the ball.
Both of you have the ball, and then at the end, one person has the ball.
What are you adjusting there? What are you playing with? What's changing when you're doing that?
the, I guess, the intensity of the game?
A little bit, and the pressure too, right? Because defender has a ball, it's easier. He doesn't have a ball, it's harder.
This could be put in 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Like if I was like, when you do a game, like.
If you think so, yeah.
I would just use one.
And then think about the order of it. What's the right order to do these games or practices? And why would I do it in that order? That's the bridge. I'm trying to take it from the beginning to the end of the session.
Alright, thank you.
Good work, Jordan. You did good work. And if anyone wanted me to go to a specific slide, let me know. Game practices, I'm gonna go to the pressure spectrum. I also want you to tell me for your games or your practices, well, it's really only for games, what's the pressure you have in your games for each part of it? Which type of pressure? It can be multiple. I could have, well, this first part is this pressure, this part is that pressure. Right. But you should understand which pressure are we doing.
I'm done.
Ready? Give these guys a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know how long this is.
Yeah.
Want to talk through it?
Yeah, sure. So, my focus is the retention, and I had the game moment. So who and what will be the attackers and defenders. So to start, I'll have a lead-in where the goal is for...
Ralph,
Yes?
sorry, 1 second.
Of course.
So, just a couple changes from last time.
Yes.
Game moment no longer exists. What does it split into? Who remembers?
Game situation.
Foundational moment, game situation.
Yep. Game situation, or just situation.
And moment.
You stole my
Or
thunder.
foundational, or if you just want to call it moment.
So okay, so then I have the moment, which is the who and what, which would be the attacker and defender. This would be my grid, it's retention, so it'll be a small area, probably 5x5 or a 7x7. X will be the attackers, Y will be the two defenders. So to start will be a lead-in where there's no balls for anyone. It'll just be like a penny on the waist of each attacking player. They'll have to try to run and get.
Sorry, before he keeps going, I want you guys to think about what is the pressure that is going on in these games. I left the pressure up there. Okay, you can think about the pressure, and then is it a game or is it a practice? Which one is he doing? Okay, so think about those couple things.
Okay.
Sorry.
So no, you're totally fine. So then to start, like I said, the lead-in, there won't be any balls for anyone, and then I'll progress to where they, where every player has a ball. So both defenders and attackers have a ball, and then the attackers can go through either gate, and then I'll progress to where they could either only go through one gate. I'll see how it's going, or I'll progress where maybe if it's too hard with all of them going the same way, maybe I'll have them flip-flop where one X will go over here, one Y will be here. So it'll still be interface, but they'll be going in different directions. I'll see how it's going and make a decision then in practice.
Good. So what is Rafa playing with there?
It's a practice.
It's a practice, but what is he trying to change? Say what you were trying to. What were you trying to adjust?
Yeah, the pressure. Sorry, I answered it. The pressure, depending on how it's going. You know, if it's complex for them, if it's...
What type, don't answer this one. What type of pressure is he currently running there?
So it's denied.
Indirect. Is it indirect?
Interference.
Interference and direct?
Yeah.
All right. Why is it interference or indirect? Explain your game again and see if they understand why
Okay,
it's interference
so-
without saying why it is.
So the two attackers are either going to be going the same way or two opposite ways, depending on how it's going through the session.
And is the defender like actually trying to take the ball? What's going on with the defender?
Yes, the defenders will, to start, they'll have a ball, and so yes, they're trying to steal it from the attacking players. And the attackers are
What
trying
does that
to...
change?
That's limited. Limited.
Why is it limited? Why do you say limited?
Because defender is trying to take the ball, but they just
Have
it's
a ball
difficult
to
for them because they have a ball.
Oh, so they do have a ball at the feet.
Yeah, to start.
Okay, cool.
Start.
So notice that limited, it includes interference already. But it went from interference to limited because they're trying to actually prevent, like, take the ball.
Yeah.
There's a live person trying to take the ball. Interference is no one trying to take your ball. They're just in your way. They're just also doing something. Does that make sense, right? Okay, so good catch, guys. It's now more limited.
Right? And so then after that, I will go to our it's just it's just a lead, and so it's them getting an idea of the game. You know, it's kind of like flag football. They have a penny at their waist, and you just have to try to beat your defender and get through it. And if you get tagged, if you get your flag taken, then you know you switch.
What is that part of his activity called? Lead-in. So that's something that we talked about a long time ago. I didn't talk about it today. But that's called the lead-in. So anytime you have a part of your activity, there's no ball. They're just getting to know the boundaries, how to score. You could play like a more physical outcome. So now they're working like agility stuff maybe
Exactly,
too.
exactly.
So that's where you get the
kind of
physical
touch
stuff.
yeah, that's what I was.
Okay. The lead-ins are good for how do I get my physical athlete outcomes, right? The physical side. That physical corner. How do I get them stronger, faster, more agile, whatever.
Yeah, it kind of works for me as well as like a warm-up. I can skip the speed and agility that I usually do.
Yeah.
And just doing something like this is kind of very similar, and it saves 10 minutes from the session.
So that's why when I'm telling you, all right, think about the physical.
Yeah.
How do you teach that? It doesn't have to always be, all right, jump over this, do this.
Correct.
It could be naturally in the way you do your activity.
Yeah.
Clap it up for Rafa. Yeah, same thing. Just find out what pressure she's using in different parts. Is it a game? Oh, she wrote practice, probably, whatever. But how can we make her session change, different? How can we play with the pressure? How can we make it better? What are different ideas we could give her? Go.
Alright, welcome back, guys. I'm Coach Sam from Tempo Soccer. Running through a session that I made for running. For running, I'm coaching my junior CAD kids. My focus is 1v1 facing. My skill work that I'm focusing on my scissor. I first start off, definitely start off with just showing them in place how to do the scissor. But don't probably get that quick, so we'll start getting to move, and we'll do just like a simple zigzag drill, getting them to use that drop of the knee and chest over the knee, and then cut quickly, and then they'll just be doing, they'll start heel, they'll do scissors at this spot, at this cone right before it, they'll do scissors at this cone right before, and then they'll explode out all the way, go around, do it all the way back. They're just getting repetition here. I'm just getting them used to that, that scissor movement.
So what does she have to make sure the kids know before they can start doing that?
The actual move.
Yeah, this is it. They gotta actually be able to do it. So she already knows that she's chunked it up. They've done the chunks, they could do it in place. Let's move on to moving. All right, so she's taking just another progression in the technique, right? Now it's running with it.
Yeah, and I don't think I would stay here too long. Just kind of going through it a couple of times and then do like a challenge if they got it. If they don't, then we would stay in this area.
Why would you do a challenge?
So that they
And how would you do a challenge?
Quality and speed. I'd probably do a 1 minute challenge. Every time you get there and back, that's one.
Cool. So, what was the first thing on the technical? Anyone remember what's the first thing we do on the technical? Starts with a Q.
Quality.
We want quality.
Quality.
This is quality of chunks. After we get quality of chunks, we still want quality, but of what? Instead of chunks, no, it's just, so you're chunking it, we want the whole thing, just the whole thing, quality of the whole thing, right? So I'll just say whole thing. Sorry, that was a tricky one. All right, now once we've gotten quality, what do we want to get to?
Quantity.
Huh?
Reps.
Reps, so we call that?
Quantity.
Yeah.
We call that
Quantity.
quantity
With quality.
of what?
Capacity.
Of
Quality.
Quality, right? So we have quality, but now we want the quantity of that. So this is called reps, right? We get reps. Cool. Once we've gotten reps and we've like built that muscle memory, if you will, right? Then what happens after that?
Speed.
Speed. So what do we call that?
Quick.
You said it before. Why do you give them a challenge?
Intensity.
Intensity,
I thought
yeah.
we were staying with the Q thing.
Intensity, right? Intensity, aka speed. All right, so on the other side, we call this control. So this is the CCS version. Control, consistency of that control, and speed. Right? So when would we add the competition? When would we add that?
When they got the other stuff down.
Once we got this, once we know we got the quality, once we got reps of that quality, let's get game speed going. Once we've got all of these, now we rep this whole thing out. We got the intensity, we got the quality, we got the quantity. Rep the whole thing out at this speed by adding more challenges or incentives to get them to move fast. Without you saying move fast.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, so I think for the junior academy kids, they'd probably get this down pretty quick. So I'm probably going to spend 15 minutes on this, not too much. And then my setup would be mostly this. This is what I would mostly set up. This would be like just quick stuff. And then, yeah, so then we get into the scissor with an actual, not an actual defender, but someone facing them. So now they're getting, well, I guess you would call it pressure, but no one's trying to take the ball from them or anything.
So what is that?
Interference.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Interference there.
So there'll be a moment in the middle where they'll meet and they'll just be doing scissors in the opposite way. So they're getting that pressure and they're also focusing on their timing of the actual yeah, because some players might just crash into each other because they're not timing it correctly. And then once they get past the player, they'll just finish on goal just to make it fun. But it also brings me back to my actual game where they will be finishing on goal. And I want them to get thinking of going forward and taking opportunities and getting past the defender, not just, oh, I'm going to shoot, like I have an opportunity to shoot, but I'm still in front of my defender. I want them thinking of getting past that defender. And then I get into my game, where it's kind of still the same setup. I just put some...
Question for the group here, how can Sammy ensure that they get past the defender before they shoot? Without her saying you have to get past the defender before you shoot. You can do that. You can say, hey, you can't shoot until you get past the defender. Nothing wrong there. Very direct approach, and you can do it. How can you do it without being so direct? And it's just built into your design. How could you have it that they just can't? That's the way the game is. Just make a rule out of it. How do you make a rule out of it? Without saying that. What could you do?
Well, I think that's what I have in mind.
Okay, gotta talk about it. So what, yeah.
So then in my actual game setup, so here the pressure there's no pressure, and then here I have my defender, my attacker, and then I have this line pass behind my defender. So my defender will pass to the attacker. Once the attacker touches the ball, then it's live. Like, the defender can go ahead and defend, and the attacker can go ahead and try to beat the defender. So pressure is full on. Just when the attacker passes this line, that's the only time they can shoot. And yeah, so this forces the attacker to try to beat them, break this line, and just go to goal.
So that line right here is how she built it into her design, because the defender's in front of the line. So you don't have to say you have to beat the defender. You just tell them you got to get into that zone. And I put the defender in front of that zone, so naturally, what does that mean? They have to get past the defender to score. Without you saying you have to get past the defender to score. All right. What do you guys think? Where could she change things or improve or questions?
I think maybe in the practice side, maybe just put different targets for them to do after the scissor, because then it just gives that. I mean, it doesn't take away from
practice?
the middle one. Sorry.
Okay.
So instead of just one goal on each side, maybe 2 different goals, and then maybe when after the scissor, she can call it a color like blue or red, and then they just feed it into that goal instead. So it's still getting the scissor, but then it's that after, which I think we touched on. I can't remember, but it's that after the fact, not just the scissor and then over. You know, but it's just something. I mean, it's the same thing as that, but then they're just going to one goal every single time. So as they do the scissor, and then it's repetitive. You know, it's just once.
What is Rafa adding there? There's still a direction. Yeah, a little more variability, right? So adding a little bit more of, the word slipped my mind, but
So you're saying like this?
adding more perception.
Exactly.
There's more I have to perceive now. So now,
So now, like after the scissor, you can just call a color, but you won't call it before because they're already gonna know. So they do the scissor. As they do the scissor, you call out red or you call out blue, and then it's just a different goal. I guess.
so what are they perceiving now? They're perceiving them running into each other, not running into each other. But now what else did Rafa add that they're perceiving?
The next play.
Yeah, which direction or which goal to score on.
Yeah.
So now he added an audio perception.
Yeah, it could even be just a pass. It could even not be a goal. Maybe it's not a shot. Maybe it's a pass to a teammate. You know, maybe they're just giving a good pass on the floor to your teammate.
Yeah.
But the fact that he added a color to it, it's like, okay, I got to perceive something else. The more you add to the player perceiving it, the harder it is, and the more it'll be able to be applied into a game. Because in a game, they're perceiving more than just one or two things. They're perceiving what's behind. Oh, we want to teach them not just what's that first defender doing? Is there space behind that first defender? Is there another defender? Would you do it into that? Like, no, you wouldn't do the move then. So, good point. Anything else?
Yeah.
So I have kind of a question. So, like, I know I put the goal here on purpose because of the 1v1, and I want those guys to be getting passing the ball, right? Because when I think of maybe a goal here, their acceleration might not be as forward. It might be more to the side, because that goal is to the side. So, but the reason why I'm mostly focusing, because in my mind I thought, like, I'm the 9 beating the center back or something.
You're going to goal.
Right, like.
It's right there.
goal.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have
yeah.
to get past them to goal. Or then maybe this might be,
What did she start adding there? What did she just say?
Direction or the game moment.
She started getting
With the
really
9
specific.
yeah.
So she said,
That's
okay.
the game situation.
So now she's making it more of a situation now, right?
Yeah.
Where Rafa's like, it doesn't really matter. Just
Yeah.
get him to go to either one. It's more moment. It's more generic.
Because that could also be the 9 getting the ball, like a through ball, but it goes to the
Exactly.
wing.
Yeah.
So now he's doing the scissor to beat the center back, but he's not in front of goal.
Yeah.
He's more like looking across the field as to the goal, you know?
yeah.
So still the same player, still the same 9, still the same center defender.
Just
It's
a little
just a
different.
pass now. But yeah.
Clap it up. Annie?
Morning retention session, practicing on technique. So I kind of drew these stick figures because that's how I envisioned it. So I would start off without the ball first because I usually do my sessions for them, like getting the feeling without the ball, so like having the body used to it.
Can you also draw like how it would look on the field on the floor? Can you kind of visualize that for us too? Because it helps us to see like how your setup is, like what direction are the players moving and stuff, you know? So go ahead, take a second. Meanwhile, Lopez, you can start while she's doing that. And put the same thing to
A retention session, focusing on technique. This would be with my like lower fundamentals group. So you're just doing mostly technique. So I would start without the ball, and I was gonna use the blue.
So, sorry to cut you off. So you said retaining,
Yeah,
and then what's your session focus?
doing the V.
Okay, so the V. So notice her session focus is whatever technique she's working on. So if you're a technique or a skill, that's my session focus that day. It doesn't have to be this moment anymore. It's just, my kids need to get better at the V. All right, if it's a moment, it might be 1v1 front facing. I'm getting better at that moment. I might teach some skills in there, but it's that moment. So you guys see how session focus now changes?
Correct. It's no longer the game moment goes to the direction or the
Yeah.
technical
All that
or what it
stuff,
was.
yeah.
Okay,
It's
okay.
just
So it's very
simpler.
simple, straight direct.
Yes, so it's whatever the outcome is, like, I want my kids to get better at this.
Okay.
That's what you tell your kids your session focus is when they're writing in the journal.
So I would start off the session without the ball. So I had kind of the kids like using like the blue and red spots, kind of like dragging it back, and because spots are kind of like slippery, so you would drag it back and kind of like mimic the movement.
Cook. She is,
So-
ooh.
So that's how that's what.
Clean the floor with them spots.
Yeah,
Clean
like
the
drag
floor.
it back.
Give the sponges.
Now, how would you chunk
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Don't chill.
Yeah.
I got you.
That's what the pictures are, and I couldn't really.
Now I get it. That's
Wait,
not
I
a
see it
ball.
now, I see it
That's
now.
a spot.
Okay.
So,
Thought he had a ball foot. Thought he had a ball for a foot.
so they would use with the spot, they would use the sole of their foot at first, so the sole of the foot would be on the spot. And then the second step would be dragging it back. And then the third one would be kind of opening their hips to their right side, because we'd be practicing right foot. And then they would finish with their foot/sole on the ball or spot.
So what's the last step? Okay,
It'd be
so give me the 3, ready? Break it down for me. I'm a kid, what do I do first? Show me and
use
then I'll.
the sole of your foot on top of the spot.
Okay, I'm on top of
And
the spot.
then you would drag it back.
Okay,
And then you would open your hips. And you would push forward. And then you would step on it. But your foot's already on it because it's the.
so I just keep it there?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
then on
this
the
is,
ball, it would be
it's,
step on.
it's 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then what's important about the body position now? So what part of the foot? First of all, let's go to Sammy's chunks. So we think about parts of the feet. So what part of the foot?
So,
That's it for this one. It's just sole, right? Okay, cool. What's my body position? Am I like, what am I doing? Thinking
well,
about the
your
body.
chest is over your knees.
Okay, so I'm thinking about these instructional points. Chest over the spot, maybe I say?
Yeah.
Okay. What about this foot? What's going on with my
It'd
feet?
be
Thinking about my body position.
it'd be probably.
Okay, so it'd be in front, maybe? Cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then after you drag back,
Okay, so what?
this foot would be behind.
Yeah, so this foot's behind, I'm moving my hip.
And then that's when you turn.
And then, alright, so just break it down yourself, guys. Okay, super good. Well done. Keep going.
Yeah, so after that, we would eventually go towards the ball, and they do the same thing with the ball. So a bunch of reps, just doing it with the ball and the feeling of it. And then I would add.
What's the adjustment from going from the spot to the ball? What change? What? Let me ask them if they were paying attention to the chunks. What's the change from doing the spot version to doing the ball version? What changes in one of those chunks? Any of you guys? Just think about what happens. Spot. I'm keeping my foot
Your
here.
foot is on the ball. Here you're dragging it, letting go, and then pushing.
What am I doing on the push?
You're pushing forward, using the inside of your foot. You're not only using
I've
the
now
bottom.
added a different part of my foot that I didn't mention on the first one. So now I've progressed it like, okay, on the third one, guys, we're using inside.
And then you would stop it using this.
There you go.
So the ball would move.
Oh, God.
And then the third progression would be them going towards goal. Them going towards goal with no defender. So doing the V and going towards goal. And then I would add a defender coming from like either side of the goal. They would have a ball as well. So they would just dribble. But they can only go after they finish the whole entire V. And then the attacker can shoot after the dotted line. That would be sense. But the defender can't take the ball. They're just kind of going in shadow.
What does that do? The attacker can't score until after the line.
Decision making.
What do you mean?
Like how fast.
What's the point of the line? I'm genuinely asking because I don't know.
Well, I would want them to kind of like take their shot after they pass the defender.
Why do they have to wait to cross the line before they shoot? What's the purpose of that? I'm not saying right or wrong, I just don't know.
I didn't think so.
It's just to maybe accelerate after they do the move. You know, they do the move and then they accelerate. So instead, it's just not they're doing the move and then taking the shot, same spot. So now it's they're doing the move, pushing it forward, and now going to another R, which I guess would be running.
Which is okay, right?
Yeah, which still that's part of the game. It's just your pinpoint is
that.
Yeah, I would be focusing on them getting past.
I got you.
So does that? What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree.
So maybe what's happening is, and is there a defender trying to stop them? You kind of said. No, there's not. Okay, then you're good.
Because I wouldn't be turning into like a 1v1 situation where the defense. It's more about them doing
It's more the
this.
technique,
Yeah.
right?
Because it's
what's
like the low.
is she technique or skill right now?
Technique.
Technique. We could see that. There's no real pressure with anything.
Then you reward them with having being able to shot.
And then,
shoot.
yeah, but we want to get them to like accelerate out of it. So we had the line. Like, good job. Well done. Gotta keep going. Sorry, I'm not fever.
No, that's okay.
That was it. Okay. What'd you guys think? Any other thoughts?
It was alright.
No.
You guys like it?
No.
My
I
brain
like it. It was cool.
I think it's just different. Just could add different things to the. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Add different things to the add to the shot.
Phenomenal.
You know, just like 2 goals now, or you know, maybe it's you do the V and release. But it's the lower end, so that's not the highest.
And one thing with this, guys, whenever you're doing these, you're gonna have to adjust. See if the kids are getting it. Like you might have to break it down. Please stop. You're gonna have to stop and just analyze, like, are they getting it? Is this like realistic to what I want? Is this gonna progress them up the ladder? Clap it up, Ron.
It's possible, right?
Go,
All right,
Yo.
we're retaining. Take your time. So, I'm like, my group is like the tinies. They don't really know anything. So we're just here for understand.
You got that on camera now. We're gonna share that to all the parents.
Wait, are you serious?
No,
This
go.
is twice
Fam.
the country 4K.
But I didn't think
Oh, God.
They're just learning. So, I'm doing.
So what's your focus of your session? Sorry, I didn't hear. I know you're doing retaining, but what's the focus? Dribbling. Okay, cool. Give me a specific technique of dribbling. Dribbling can mean a lot of things. So what's the specific type of dribbling you want your kids to
Like
do?
for this one, it could either be like, usually this one is like scissors.
Oh, so you're going with the move.
Yeah, so
Okay.
these are the scissors. Or just like body things.
Okay.
That's it. So keep it just
Cool.
simple.
Can you have multiple techniques?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Even if you just wanted to do dribbling, Jordan, it could just be working on lace dribbling and inside-outside dribbling.
Even the bottom where you put, right?
And soul dribbling, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you just have to, when you're talking techniques, again, parts of the feet, how the body is, so include that in your focus if you can.
So like this one would just be outside foot. Just focus on one. So one foot for now.
So
one side.
Okay. So give me a session focus. What are you gonna tell the kids? Guys, today we're focused on
outside foot and scissoring using the outside foot.
Okay. So scissors.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're just telling guys we're working on scissors moves. Cool.
You want me to explain like the whole thing?
Yeah. Explain your session. We don't know what it is.
So like they would just be, so they would be facing each other, and then they would dribble towards each other, and then right before, like right when they meet at the middle, they would just perform the move. So they would go, so then they would both pass each other. So just like.
What is that, guys? We should all know. Right now, what type of pressure?
Interference.
Thank you, Rafa.
And then this one is, so it's a box, and this one, so this one would be the third, what's it called?
Progression.
Yeah, the third session.
Third activity.
Yeah, the third activity.
So what was the first activity?
This one would be, no, this one would be the first.
Oh, I missed that one.
This one would be the second.
I got your second activity. What was the first
So
one?
the first one is, it's the same thing, but instead of a person, they're gonna dribble and they're gonna go around a cone. So like, there's no pressure at all. They would just go around the cone and they would just dribble back.
Okay.
And then for this one, it's a box. So it'd be one.
What ages are your kids?
5 to 7. 5 to 7.
Okay, cool. With this part, guys, going around the cone, kids, they'll probably listen to you, but what might happen as you keep doing that same work?
Yeah.
You're gonna lose them fast. They're gonna start messing around doing whatever. So how would you keep them engaged? Or is that only like a 3-minute activity?
That's like that would be like a 5-10 minute activity.
Okay, so super short.
Yeah, it would
But
be-
even 10 minutes, 5-7 years old, you're gonna lose them by just dribbling. So you gotta think about how do I make it more engaging? Give them some help, guys. Help them out.
I would.
Or go.
Oh, I would like it wouldn't just be one. So it'd be like 2 different groups or like 3, and then you do like racing. You could just like race, see who gets there the fastest. And, like, there wouldn't be like any points or anything. It would just be like for fun.
Cool. So did he just make it more engaging?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little competition.
Excellent. Good job. Good fix.
And then this one is the box. So it's just like it would be dribbling around the box. It would be two players, one on one side, and then one with the ball. It could start off neither with the ball, and they're just running around trying to like play tag. I would say like tag, and then both of them grab the ball, and there would be only one with the ball.
Sammy, what's it called when they both didn't have the ball in that box?
They both didn't have the ball.
It's right above his head. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Above his head?
It's on the board. No, the whiteboard. Help her out, guys. Lead in. It's a lead in. All right, lead in.
But isn't that his job?
It's a start activity, but it's, guys, a lead in doesn't mean lead into my entire session. Lead in is just for that part of the activity. So he's leading into this activity they're just learning how the activity works. Does that make sense? And you're doing no ball, so they understand, oh, it's like a tag thing. I got it.
Cat and mouse.
And then with the, then they would perform like this, like while running down the line, it could be like a coqueta, and then it could also be the out touch. So when they're at the corner, and one of them is like coming this way, they could just out and go the other way. So it'd be easy to, yeah, that's about it.
Cool. So what was the skill you said in there? Sorry?
So here you could either do like two ones I could do is the coqueta, like while they're like running down the line, and then the other one is like when they want to switch directions, they could just do the out touch and go the other.
Okay, cool. And then what were you working up here again?
This one is just like,
What?
like the move?
Yeah, what were you doing?
Like scissors.
Scissors. Okay, cool. And what was your session focus? Write it down on the board. What was your session focus? I don't know what you're telling me. Yep. See you later.
It could be more than one, right?
Yes. Dribbling, but when you say dribbling, be specific. What do you mean by dribbling? What part of the feet or what move or that's what I mean.
I mean, because this one would focus on both feet, on both sides of the foot. This is inside out.
Okay.
This one would just be scissors, so that they would push out with their outside part of the foot.
Okay.
And then this one, it could be inside or outside, depending on like what I would tell them to use.
What Ross trying to say about it.
Let's do that, bro. I'm so sorry. Take care. See you guys.
Bye, Rob.
Bye. See you guys. Enjoy. Have a good day. Sounds nice to me. Have a bad.
So guys,
outside, I would do like outside / inside dribbling.
okay. Outside, inside dribbling.
Just like basic ball control.
Okay, cool. So how many focuses did he give me? Huh?
One. Dribbling the ball.
All right, but how many techniques were they doing in this whole session? Val, tell me, what were some of them he was kind of mentioning?
Dribbling.
What do you say about dribbling? What part of the feet? Inside, outside. What
I
else did
think
he
that
say?
one's using their outside of the foot, right? To go around the foot.
You could do both.
What was he saying in here?
Scissors.
Scissors. What was he saying in here?
Inside, outside.
And croqueta. What else did he say? He said L. Right. So 5, 6 years old. Scissor. L. Croqueta. Inside, outside of the feet, laces. What does he have to make sure before he runs this type of session with all of those things? That they have all those things down. He's taught them all those techniques, and it's kind of like a review of all those techniques.
That's like maybe
You cannot do all of those if they don't know all of those to start. Does that make sense? So that's why I was asking you, Jordan, what's the focus? Is it just teaching them inside, outside feet dribble? Fine, just leave it there. But if you're gonna do L and scissor and this and that, that's fine. You just call it a review session, review of skill work. But they would have to have known all those skills. So you gotta be careful because you can't teach them a 5-year-old 5 moves in one session. They're not gonna get that. Okay. You could do one session this, the next week you do a different one, the next week you do a different one, the 4th week you combine all of them, they do a review. And then you interweave it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
All right. So what I would say to you is, how can you make it simple? Let's pretend they don't know any of those techniques. What would you make your session focus on? What could he do, guys?
Inside, outside.
Done.
Just inside.
Simple.
Focus on one.
Dribbling with inside, outside feet today. That's what we're doing, guys. And you're teaching them inside, outside feet with these different types of activities. And you just make sure that they're getting that to happen. That's it. All right, super simple.
So for my session, I've been now this is my third progression for releasing. So I'm gonna do this next week. So it's releasing. The moment will be attacker versus keeper.
If I can make it more specific, it would be like on a breakaway.
Okay. So when you tell the kids, hey guys, this is our focus, what are you gonna say?
That we want to practice our low-driven shot versus a keeper on a breakaway situation.
Okay, cool. So I like that the low-driven shot is like the skill, but is your session just designed like when you walk away, they just got better at the low-driven shot, or is it bigger than that in that they got better at shooting on the keeper?
So it's more of the technique of the low-driven shot.
Good. So your session is it's more of a skill session now.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a skill of low-driven shot.
Yeah. So
You can add the keeper and that stuff for it, but you're just focused on that.
okay. Yeah. And then so my first part would be my practice. Would be a practice part of teaching how to do a low-driven shot. So I did with the chunking part. I obviously demonstrated that what part of the foot, where your standing foot position would be, kind of a bit further from the ball. And my head and chest, my head would be down. My chest wouldn't be all the way down, but it'd be kind of straight up in like a square position. And then a low follow through for the ball to not go all the way up, but just keep low on the floor. So I could also, for them to even remember is like, we want to like sweep the floor. So that could be like for them to remember it. So for my like first progression would just be like 2 per goal, and they would just low driven shot it. So it's more of just practicing the technique. So that would just be like, kind of like, it would be the first one. So just the control of it. Once they get better with it, they can have more reps, and they would like consistently go further and further away from each goal. Now these goals are the puck goals, because the big ones, yeah, they could aim for the corners, but I rather want them to be precise hitting each area.
And what do the smaller goals limit to?
The height as well, so that's why I love the shot. To make it more difficult is to make it the distance in between each goal a bit further. That way it's like I have to hit it a certain area. Obviously with distance it's like, okay, I gotta really perform the technique. How much power and can I keep it low still? So that would be my first practice. Then my second practice would be kind of similar to this, but where it's now a competition between each player. Having a cone and then a ball on top. Each player would be on opposite sides, and they would have to hit the ball on top of the cone. Now the cones are the smaller ones, so it's like it's still on the ground, they can still knock it. Pretty self-explanatory. Just the progressions would be like your distance and also how far the balls would be. That way they would hit it. And also for making it more competitions, like since I put ×3, this would be in 3 separate parts, or 3 separate games, 1, 2, and 3. And then I would simplify, make it like lowest league, middle league, top league. That would be Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League. That way, if they win, they go up. So they have a competitive notion to it.
So what's he adding there, guys? Which one of these? Oh, by making different fields.
Oh.
Champions League, Europa League, Conference League. What do you kind of do? The intensity. So this one is intensity, but it's not really like speed necessarily, but it's intensity because now they're competing. Right? They're competing. They're trying to go to that top league. But they still, intensity doesn't mean this drops. Like they still have to do it with quality, right?
Forgot to mention also, for this part, they're also going to use their non-dominant foot, so they rotate back and forth. Because that would also apply to our game over here, where there'll be 2 lines. The rotation would be like keeper to shooting with your left to right, and then keeper. There's me, and I would play on the ball. First progression is they would take a touch and hit a low-driven shot. The incentive would also be having the bigger goal. So
giving them more points if they hit the bottom corners or in the side nets to keep it. And then yeah, that would be one progression. Also, I would keep them, forget the rotation for the second progression, and make them team-based. So you get points for your team, left versus right, rotate, and then finish like that. Yeah, and that is my session.
What could you guys adapt, change, different ideas?
I think, well, one thing I think of, because I ran a low driven shot session with the junior academy. I think what really helps when you're splitting up like chunking the actual driven shot is giving a name to each thing.
Yeah.
So, coach, we're trying to like use the same vocabulary so the kids know. Yeah. But I think if I'm wrong, it's planting the foot, like loading, and then the contact. I'm not sure if I'm using the right words, but like you can easily break it up into those 3 parts.
Yeah.
So that it's simple. It's 3 parts, these, and then you talk about the body, the chest is over the ball. We want that ball to be driven. Think about getting your foot, thinking about your foot going through that ball and things like that. So that's, I don't know.
No, that makes sense because the past 2 releasing is like, okay, they get how to strike it, but like if I asked them to teach someone else, would they be able to teach it?
There you go.
And that was one part we do really well. So it's like, okay, let me figure it out. So it'd be either like, that I still have to figure out later.
So like what she was talking about is like how like the vocabulary that I try to use is I think it's like load. So getting to a position where you're loading up your power, getting ready for your strike. So you teach the body position there of how you want the approach and all that. So you teach the loading part, and then you teach the speed or the strike. So the strike path. How do you want them to go through the strike path? So like what angle now, and then what angle does their foot come in? How far off am I? Right, am I here? So I think about the strike path. I think about the loading aspect, the strike path aspect, and then the follow through. What happens after I make contact? What am I thinking about on the follow through?
Yeah.
So am I crossing over? Am I coming through? I don't know. So just think about like those 3: the load up, the approach, the strike path of it, and then the follow through. And then just
load,
like
strike,
follow through.
Yeah. I think that way, like, it's super easy for them to know, to learn it, and then also, it's a good way to check for understanding. Like, guys, what's the first thing I do?
Yeah.
Like, really, no, it's not like they have to say this whole sentence. They can just say one word, and then you know that they understand.
Yeah. And obviously, physically, you're checking if they understand what that means.
And I would just help with the rest of my session, so I don't have to.
Yeah.
Every shot would technically be like, okay, what's my loading?
Yep.
It's different shots, but be like,
Yeah, what's the loading with this type of
what's the
shot?
loading now? And then it'd be like, oh,
Right. What's the strike path with this shot now? What's the follow through with this shot? What are the differences? So yeah, that's good. One other thing. He said something here in this game. I don't know if anyone caught it. So I don't know if you caught it.
Oh, that you're the person? I think my only question with that was, like, I know you're the passer. Like, one, could the kids be the passer, like, to keep them engaged? But also, these players are getting different types of angle of the ball. So, like, I don't know, because like, I'm just thinking, like, if this person receives the ball, I'd probably use my left foot to open up and play it. And this one, if I'm taking my touch in, I'd probably use my right foot, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Are the repetitions different?
Yeah.
And do you want it to be that way based on the angle of the pass for each line? And it's totally fine as long as they're getting both the same experience.
So I was just still limited of my previous session where I was just laying it off of them, but they couldn't do a layoff, so I stayed. And now putting that point, it's like, okay, like actually, so rotations could be 4 rotations
Or adding two different locations.
Yeah.
And instead of you, and it's not to say that you can't be part of the situation with the passing and the setup, but what happens if he adds the kids to do it? What does that add? Like you said, engagement, yeah, it might keep them like another part, like they're also working on their passing too, so that's all good. But if it's always one person doing the pass, no, because he's there, like he has the soccer balls. Does that pass ever change? Might, right? Because not every pass is the same, I agree. But what might give it even more variability?
The kids do?
Right. One kid might give a weak pass, one kid might give a stronger pass, changing the variability. And you might do that yourself. You might already be conscious of, all right, one time I'll do it like this, one time I'll roll it, one time I'll hit a little harder to them, one time I'll. So, but by having the kids naturally do it, you're naturally going to do different things. Because it's different players making different passes. But you could be part of it at first, and you could kind of show them what you want them to do, and then they can do it. Like with the layoff, can you teach them to do the layoff?
Yeah.
At the same time.
It was more of because there was a layoff and there wasn't a demonstration.
Yeah.
I wanted to get into more of this technique.
Yeah, you're not focused on the layoff part, and that's totally fine. I'll be like, hey, why aren't the kids? You'd be like, I'm not focused on. I want to get the reps in.
Because
Then
then
oh, that
try,
makes
like,
sense.
oh, let me try to focus on the layoff.
Yes.
But completely forgot my technique.
Exactly. So that goes back to what's your focus.
Yeah. So,
And then if your kids are ready to do that part of it.
yeah. What would be layoffs like? Would that also be a releasing technique?
I mean, I think if your focus is just a low technique, then yeah, I think you should make the passes because, like, when I was doing this, I was the one also passing to the kids because I just wanted them to focus on their releasing. I don't want them focusing about this player giving me a bad pass or the weight of the pass because I'm not focused. Like, I'm
Plus,
just
if it's like
focusing on that.
like junior academy, it's like okay, like let me do it. But if it's academy, it's like okay, they should have the ability to make a good pass.
Right. Because this is again more of the, like you said, the technique of it, kind of.
Yeah.
So you want the consistent, kind learning environment where the pass is the same, they can repeat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So